Welcome back, everyone. It's time to Goblin D's minus war reparation or minus military goods cost is what we'll be gobbling today. Yeah. Minus mil goods cost. The goal of this run is very much so to stack this modifier as much as possible because it stacks additively and is a free money modifier. You're saying, warfare, why are you so warring? And it's like, no, it's about the economics. It's about the military-industrial complex. We are looking to stack this as much as possible. Now, we're not quite at the point where we can stack it a whole bunch. And to be fair, we're not at the point where we really even could use that many military PMs. In terms of ratio, you really want to have goods for military buildings to be really high in price relative to your military wages for this modifier to start really kicking off, which involves you having a bunch of military PMs, which we don't have. We're not gobbling these military goods yet, so we're on our way, but we are playing in Realms of Exther, the fantasy mod, and we are playing this great Gravikan now at this point, having formed the Major Formable, and we are kind of sitting in a pretty good spot in regards to our, power on the world stage. We're in 4th place in terms of the economics. In terms of the prestige, we can't sort because it's currently bugged. There is one hegemon in Arador, but we are looking to, kind of do the normal expansion stuff and get some things done. And so we don't currently have a war. We have a ton of infamy, and so I think we will be off on our way. We're playing the low infamy path. Not necessarily the best path, but this is the path we've chosen for our military-industrial complex. Truly, if everyone hates you, who will you sell your weapons to? These are the questions we ask ourselves. But we were planning on moving the capital to Cadern here because we have more arable land here, which is one reason to move the capital. Also have kind of an example of one of the interesting things here in this mod. Is we have a fishing wharf, but it's a particular type of fish. It's a goldfish. They produce gold and fish. Very bit of an interesting kind of one, but I think that we will move, not the market capital here, but the actual capital, if we can, which it looks like we can. A big part of why is that we have... This is the current capital, and to be fair, it's a fine enough state, but negative state construction efficiency and negative infrastructure is not exactly something we want in kind of a long-term capital, or even perhaps a long-term, we're currently encouraging manufacturing there. Now, I don't think we should get rid of that, but I think we'll get rid of the road maintenance there, and I think that we will also, let's get rid of the promote social mobility here, so we can move one over here. And so this will be the new capital that we will be building tall. We will have goldfish, and more importantly, we will kind of have iron. But more importantly, this is our kind of state with the highest arable land. A good way to check is to find a grain farm that's already a grain farm. Any kind of grain will do, and sort by potentials. Show potentials on map. And this will generally give you a pretty good idea of what has the most arable land in a way that you can kind of look at the map in a bit of an easy way. So this is what we will be doing. Let's get going, though. We're also about to pass police force. Do you think the Victoria 3 would be better with an automatic supply and demand trade system? The current abstraction they have for price is an abstraction for supply and demand that is making a concession to the fact that a real supply and demand system would have, infinite calculations because there's feedback loops, right? Because the price would happen, supply and demand has price happen at an equilibrium price, and so that equilibrium price would change. With the system they have, they don't want to have an equilibrium amount of goods be reached as much, which is exactly what you would get in an equilibrium type of system, because this would involve a whole ton of iterative calculations on hiring and firing pops, and it would just be a really hot mess to actually implement a system that is an actual simulation of the real world rather than an abstraction of the system. We do have a huge bureaucracy deficit that we caused by moving the capital, so why don't we try and solve that? We'll try and solve it specifically in places that have a lot of negative kind of tax and are also incorporated. But let's try and solve it also in the capital a little bit more, because we assume that the GDP per capita is going to be generally higher in the capital, and so it'll be more valuable to solve tax waste the higher the GDP per capita, or the more ownership buildings actually is probably the most critical thing. So solving taxes here is also going to be valuable. I think we'll put down a little bit there, and so we will go over the amount that we need, and then we will go under it. This also leaves us in a little bit of an awkward spot here. We're adding a ton of universities. We have a bunch of government buildings kind of en route to being produced. I think we could add a little bit of construction here. Dedicated police force exacerbates things. Probably a little bit of a miscalculation here. We should have gotten a surplus of bureaucracy before swapping, but we've made our bed. Now we have to eat it, and so we shall. Almost certainly want to do colonial resettlement, so let's get onto that. And we can start colonizing at a pretty good clip, because we have a lot of population, a lot of it's incorporated, like a real lot of population. I think we could trade infrastructure, like convoys and ports, and let the trade flow. I do think that convoys should be abstracted into a system that's private, like can be for profit and private. I have a video on this called Freight, where I talk about ways I think that they can make the systems better. The continent on that subcontinent on the southwest, the huge population one, yeah. Somehow manage it with buying resources automatically from where they could, if they could. The current system has a lot of micro, it doesn't really work. Well, so you have to layer like two considerations of like the game as a simulation on top of the game as a as something that's meant to be played and fun. If everything just happens automatically, then the game wouldn't be fun. One of the main levers that you have in the game is controlling construction, choosing what to build, and this type of thing. If you remove it entirely, this would probably be a better simulation of reality, right? Because the government didn't decide every building that was built, but you still have to remain with stuff for you to do. To be fair, passing laws is a thing for you to do, but I think one of the problems already with Victoria 3, insofar as getting new players is that a lot of the systems, if you don't understand them well, it kind of feels like you're just watching the game being played and you don't have a sense of agency. And I think that automating more systems, even if it would be a better simulation, doesn't really help with this. From the perspective of we're trying to sell more copies of the game. We're going to add more and more construction here. The Thessarian has requested that we Tharisica, successfully Tharisicaing. We'll Tharisica. What is the demand exactly? We embargo them. Sure. I guess they are our enemy. Let's embargo them. Let's take a look at some of these. We've been bolstering the liberal movement for some time. If I recall correctly, the support has to be above 25%, but I might not recall correctly. Oh, activism has to be 25%, which it is currently not. I don't know why we have a bunch of invisible agitators. I think this is an aspect of the mod. We have a bunch of agitators that don't actually exist. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, kind of looking to pop off here. We have quite a bit of peasants. And in theory, if these guys are open borders, which I don't think that they are, but if they are, we are going to be able to... We're not very discriminatory towards these guys because they're also goblins. Just a different type of goblin. Goblin heritage. Hobgoblin. And we are... Gavkani, Goblin heritage are our cultural traits. So we full accept them. We accept them for who they are. Do you mind? Goblin, these gobos. Someone tried to get me with that the first day, but we were too on top of that. Better for all countries is joining market because you can't get the fine price for consumer goods. That's part of it. I think that there's a lot more going on with your overlord being able to use them to beat up other people. That's a good one. F Paradox making this game so complicated. I've been trying to modernize Japan since the game was released. 2K hours on Japan. Japan's gotten harder and harder, but I don't necessarily think that that's bad. I think Japan should be... I think Japan is challenging and playable, and, like, I don't know. Would think I would see automatic PMs and trade routes with laissez-faire, or at least I think it would be interesting. Yeah, but the problem is you still need to leave some levers for the player to pull. Goblins accept goblins. Just follow the journal entries, friends. Yeah, to some extent. I mean, it depends what you're talking about. Like, if you see the diplomatic play declared on you, and then you think that it's Jover because they're trying to get investment rights, then, like, I could see how you would get kind of gummed up a little bit. Let's take a look at our subjects. We're still unrecognized. We could reduce autonomy on someone. We only have like a 30 stack landing potential. Yeah, all these are upgrading. This looks like there's only have 9 of them though. So let's put another in the queue somewhere. Find some Orcish ruins. We're still making money. We're eliminating the debt. We want to be at the point where we don't have debt because we're unrecognized, but aren't making any money. The wealth-based education access is going to be nice. So is the additional level of education. In fact, I think it's nice enough. Now let's look and see where we have a big tax deficit. I wish I could see GDP per capita in this UI. Increasingly, I think that that's probably the metric that's going to be important. We don't tax in the unincorporated spot, so we don't really want to resolve the tax waste as badly there. But let's just sort by how many we have, and if it's negative. And so we'll go to EOS in both of these spots. We'll do some of this. Now, do we have a construction sectors in the queue? We do. We'll finish those first. And then... do something like this. Something like this. This is in the capital where we have an edict for manufacturing. So we'll just kind of let stuff auto-expand here in the new capital that we've set up. We don't really need that much enactment chance. We have quite a bit, so I think we'll try that. AutoQ is picking up a lot of slack here. We do have to kind of have an eye for wars that we want to declare. I think this is our subject here. We can use them to get to these guys. Let's kind of just take a look. So this entire thing is in Cadrian's market. We would love to just subjugate these guys, kind of give them the business. They are a major power, though, I guess is the problem. So we cannot just subjugate them. Those guys have reduced autonomy. These guys are unrecognized regional powers. They're relatively big. I'm guessing they would be costing a lot of infamy to go for. Maybe this is something we do, though. We currently as part of our magic mod, we do have this Arcana card, which is giving us more infamy decay. I think, well, let's get a little bit more Diplo here. Or we're looking to get more influence. So we're taking a look at, hey, where's the rivalry button? I think we could eat a rival with Horka. We're not planning on subjugating Horka, so getting negative relations with them is not too big a deal. And I don't think we're trading or really operating in a friendly way with them, so I think we'll do that. And we will have a few rivals. And now with the max float, we will get extra infamy decay, so we're getting plus 50% infamy decay. So really, really kind of moving at a good clip downwards. Did you change capital? We did change capital. Yeah, you, as Japan, you want to intentionally let them open your market and get investment rights. Before you would actually, there was a cheese you could just bankrupt repeatedly. Now it's a little bit more complicated. But for Jewish Japan run, we are trying to bankrupt repeatedly. Are you using very high taxes? Me? Oh, you're talking about... Yeah, very high taxes can be rough. Japan specifically has several modifiers that increase wages, so you might be able to do it with them, but like kind of what you want to look at is what's kind of the lower strata generally, and what's the minimum expected for them, and are you comfortably above it? Because if you're just barely above it, you will generate a lot of radicals. If we look at our radicals and how we're getting them generated, you'll notice that currently we have quite a bit of radicals being generated from standard of living below expected minimum. The ones you get from decreases in standard of living, those are kind of frictional and they go away as the standard of living comes back up. But you can think of being below expected as kind of being more permanent radicals, which is a little bit of a problem. In some sense, we would love to get 5 more legitimacy, though, because then we would be gaining loyalists up here. This is like, being above 90% is really nice for that purpose. I think we've added about 50 construction since the start. We're still running a positive balance. We still have an investment pool we want to drain out. So, I think we will continue to add in the capital here. More construction. The new capital, the capital we moved it to. The capital we chose. Which we will have a bunch of stuff auto-expanding in. Really not super good for us to be running this huge bureaucracy deficit for an extended period of time, to be honest. So I think what we're going to do is we have a bunch of stuff in the queue. If it's not a government administration, we're kicking it to the back of the queue. So we're trying to bring up our government administrations to the front of the queue. And we are holding Alt, for those of you who don't know. You can hold Alt, so we will get these government administrations through a little bit quicker. Especially because they only cost 100 construction now. They are very quick to produce. It looks about right. Looks about right. Yeah, we're decaying at a really strong clip because of the plus 50% infamy decay. Radicals aren't that bad in your view because of Japan. It just makes things faster. Generally on low-tech countries, radicals push reform. Yeah, you just... It's a weird balance because you don't want to be generating turmoil. Right? If you have turmoil from radicals, which we don't here, for example, but if you... It's not a problem, and it's probably a good thing. But if you have turmoil from radicals, decreasing your construction, that's a problem. Are there more spots for minting fish and gold mines? I think so. We're fine with them, so we can take a look at the goldfish. Oh my god, I just realized I think it's a goldfish pun. It looks like this is the only place we own where we can build them. We have them all auto-expansion. We're expecting them to just kind of fill out relatively quickly. But we could actively push them. There's no gold mines we can build. We can just put those full stack it at the back of the queue. We have a lot of excess legitimacy, so we're just gonna do this. Maybe a league, because now if we get a +5 event, we can't bring ourselves over 90, but that's maybe okay. We have another theocrat in the wings. We will maybe try some reform once we get things changed a little bit here. Yeah, we do have a big population. Something like this, maybe. I think we are also very far behind tech, and this is something that's a little bit of an issue for us here. And we are going to be trying to play really, really hard catch-up, but already in this mod, researching stuff ahead of time is particularly useful. So after dialectics, which will give us philosophy department for our universities, of which we have a pretty good amount, I think we'll be wanting to maybe be ahead of time on something, and I think corporate charters would maybe make a little sense, because we want to slot in a company that requires us to have corporate charters, but maybe also nitroglycerin makes a little bit of sense here. Just make a little bit of a push for that, because the mining orientation is good, but also a company we want to have long term is going to be a company that uses that. So maybe we do that as kind of the next one in, and then this combined with society tech will allow us, or sorry, corporate charters will allow us to kind of slot in the companies we want to slot in. In particular, we are looking at slotting in the company that gives minus military goods cost, the generic ammunition plus explosives company. And then also there was a company that would give just plantation throughput. This is a unique company in this mod, the Gavkani Planters Federation, this one. The Landowners approval is also pretty nice. Logging industry throughput, also very nice modifier. But you can see here, this would be a rice farm thing. And I think throughput on rice farm is actually just really, really strong. Because rice farms remains really, really, really disgustingly construction efficient. The problem now is it doesn't have access to the very good labor-saving PMs. But huge throughput is kind of like a labor-saving PM in some sense. And we also have a lot of labor anyways, so this is maybe going to be less of an issue. Cotton will also be nice, but 5% plantations throughput applies to all the plantations, so I really do think that that's going to be quite a strong one for us once we can slot it in. We maybe want to try and set ourselves up to be able to colonize some areas a little bit better. We're going to colonize here when we... Oh, we can't colonize here unless we just take land off of people. But we do want to establish for ourselves an ingress into here. Or a couple, even. So... maybe do that. I think we kind of want to be a little bit themey in terms of organic expansion, so why don't we do this? And this, and then something like this. But us taking this would work out fine for us, the individual state we're looking at here. And at this point we can kind of field a biggish army. Kind of not. What we want to take is this, because this is very efficient. We also have the neighbor that we kind of want to subjugate, but... And the neighbor we want to subjugate is recognized, but we're trying to make our colonization a little bit better. There's other ways we can maybe try and do this. Like, this is our subject. We could try annexing them. We could also go after these guys and colonize in here. Here's pretty valuable. It's also nearby. It's eventually going to be contiguous with us, so... If I recalled correctly, things were looking pretty bad from the Demonian Empire perspective, siding against us. We see that they actually just start out against us. We kind of don't want to fight Demonia too much. These guys are currently our allies, I think. We could maybe try and diplo-subjugate them, actually, even. So because we can't make an area of ingress there, let's take a look here and see if we can conquer state here reasonably. It'll cost us 15 infamy. Are you recognized? Nope, just unrecognized power. Okay. Well, since this will kick us over 25, I think we'll just wait a little bit. We do have other colonization to do. Maybe we're a little bit too worried about that, but we could just wait a little bit. It's not too big a deal. I think that solving, you know, I think solving our bureaucracy problem is more important than getting these railways through. Because these things only have 100 construction now, in terms of cost, and we are, like, eating a really big penalty. I think we gotta start thinking about that differently. Let's maybe do this and this. Are there more spots for minting fishes and gold mines? I don't know if there's more spots. I think we already read this comment. I don't know if there's more in the game or in the map entirely, but we just don't have any of them. They want to offer us an opportunity to ravage. That sounds pretty attractive. We like ravaging. Ravage being the name of another nation in this mod. So we still have to wait a little bit because of math. Violent suppression, Burr. I'm role-playing the Landowners after all. Big nice. We'd love to see it. We still have plenty of colonies to establish, but I guess several of them are down here. Now, let's make sure we build ports. That way we will get progress. Here. Oh my god, my brain, please. My kingdom for a working brain. We'll colonize there as well, I suppose. Famine. Famine. So we have a little bit of up there, some problems. I do think, in particular, we have some fish being produced, and fish will kind of solve that, so I don't know if we need to address it directly. Something went wrong here. Jesus. We could stop incorporating states, which would maybe be reasonable, but... That should not kick us over 25 unless paradox math. Alright. How's this mod regarding the performance compared to vanilla? It's worse. It adds a bunch of different types of buildings. Building more building types creates fragmentation. So it's a bit worse. Do you ever end up upgrading from 16 gigs to 32 gigs? No, I haven't gotten the computer parts yet. I thought I was going to be going to Micro Center and then I wasn't. I didn't end up going. I need to organize that. Do have a separatist movement, which is always a little bit obnoxious. I suppose that's one word for it. Now we can't reorganize our stuff as well. Interesting. Kind of interested in taking the province off these guys so we can actually maybe colonize into there. So... Alright, we would want to take like the most populous state probably, considering population is a factor for these guys. Unless there's way more resources in one versus another. Like, this place has a ton of resources. And I think it also has relatively high population. The rust tail, these are ironfish. Which is an interesting thing. It's also the capital, so there's going to be more ownership buildings here. Hedonist literary. Literary is good. Oh, these ports are interfering with our vibes, yo. We're gonna kick some of them to the bottom. How likely are you to back that? Oh, minus 76 is a lot to just put in another war goal. I think we won't. I think we'll look to just enforce on them. Which is more straightforward way of playing anyways. Heartland Thalorian. So these guys aren't going to get away either way, but... we'll just have to put down the thing. What are we researching now? Dialectics. Makes sense. God. We should have just had the bureaucracy at the top of the queue here. Love them to find the home coast. I don't know if they're going to try and land us, but... just in case things get a little weird. we should have chosen the other option if I recall correctly. We're approaching 100 million pops here. GDP is cranking up at a decent clip with us now on laissez-faire. Definitely gonna help our progress a little bit. Maybe Central Archives? That's a good shout, to be honest. Ooh, that's probably actually correct. Us nat spreading also. EOS of 20 changes things. The thing is we're a little ways out from us getting that, but we could also upgrade some institutions that kind of want to. Well, we don't want to with the current situation, but with Central Archives we probably would. So we'll do that. So just to kind of show off the institutions, we would like to get like level 2 colonial affairs, level 2 and 3 education. And magical proliferation as it comes in, so yeah, it's probably a good shout. We're gonna look to get in here instead, because I think it's gonna be easier. Never mind that this is gonna require us to split the Navy, eh? We'll start moving this guy, because he'll be a little bit faster from there. They actually have defense. So let's try this. Excuse me. I'm glad we have a defensive pact with Ravik, huh? Eh? Eh? Let's see what exactly they want. Little bit obnoxious. They are being just super aggro about that, huh? I don't know if we have a good place to land for war reps, and so Jaeger Nomads looks like has been given the business. How do we feel about war reps on these guys? I mean, we have a bunch of infamy. I think we actually are kind of okay with war reparations. Don't truly want to fight them, but here we are. Looks like that landing is going okay. I hate that we can't station these guys until we have a, I assume until we have a port there. Is there a great power you can earn recognition from the war? Oh, that's right. We can. Go Colony, Lorkai Company, 100 Isles. That should be enough for us to get recognition, eh? It's going to be quite good for us here. I can remember, you know, how to interface. Oop. That's not good. Oh, you know what? We should have tried to sway. Doesn't matter anyway. Nice defensive packs, Ravik. Really top-notch effort there. Second thing is, I think that we kind of would rather really not have separatist movement now. I'm not even sure we have one of those buildings. We don't. We want that one produced first, that way we can station troops there. To some extent, we don't really mind that much if we have to give that up, so... Next tick, we will be having our civil war as well. We might need to slow down and focus up. We got free armies, or still working on it? Still working on it. Still working on it. Still stacking. We need, like, the modifier from our power block. We need the company, which we don't have slotted in yet. Kind of waiting on the company, because I think our first two companies that we want to have, we can't slot in either one. Little tempting to slot in for the bureaucracy, this paper, but I think that we'll be able to do better with some of the unique companies in here. Really wish we could move the troops over here. This is kind of frustrating we can't. Because I think they're going to try and land that over there, but that is what it is, I suppose. We have so much government queue to clear out. We're just barely losing investment pool too. Alright, where are we landing? Kurdurn. Okay, we're fine with that. Where's this? See, this is what we're less fine with. But this is Albriar landing. God, oh my god. So our landing failed because our guy died. And we were making good landing progress too. So stupid, dude. And it just like resets that entire thing. So we actually have to click cancel naval invasion. And then restart that whole thing. And what we want to do is we want to park our navy over here. In fact, I think that's what we have to do. I think we have to give this up for a little while. We like lose all the morale. Like the effects of a general dying, I think, are still like too intense. Just like completely cancels like what your action is, what you're trying to do, this type of thing. Yeah, we have a lot of guys coming in there, but we have a good amount of defense. We wanted to move the 20 stack over here. We still can't do it because the port's not finished, I think. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked that one. Should have clicked the other one. The rev already popped. It was never not popping. So we'll put this down. Hopefully this is the capital. It's not. Cool. This is the capital. Well, they should have a really hard time landing here. We tactically want this to finish. They're not trying to land over here, so I think we're going to move these guys over. Really? Even with the port, we can't park an army here. Oh, are they actually just getting bricked from landing here? No, they're not. They get in instantly. That's super. Bro. It's obnoxious as all hell. I thought we were in the right spot to prevent the landing. I guess not. So we have 91 here to defend against landings. Get a new EOS cap here. Do a little bit of that. Get some new PMs. Are you not into trains? Alright, we are making a little bit too much money. So I think we're going to try landing here and then landing over here. Very careful with the negative balance. Yeah, we're coming out of it pretty strongly now. And we're like still mobilized in a war. Somehow they're really landing us with a 30 stack? Or a 20 stack? How's a 20 stack getting in, bro? Doesn't make any sense. What else do they want from us? Yeah, the problem is this is enough to enforce, so like we have to be really kind of correct about getting this. But we can't leave troops here? God, that's so stupid. That we can't just leave a guy there. We'll move these guys over here as well. We're not getting landed in the other spot, and these landings are actually getting through. I feel like they shouldn't be. Yeah, the problem is we're rolling really inconsistent. We have way more guys. Oh, I guess we don't have more guys. I didn't even see this. So yeah, that's a huge fleet and 74 guys. We have slightly less guys. Once this guy gets here, we will have more guys overall in this front. Might have to get creative with things over there. To be fair, we really don't need to win this war in a timely fashion. This one over here. I think we're gonna get landed. I think we should be able to mess up this navy specifically because it has 2 boats. It does have a lot more heavy ships though, and that if we mess that up, we will maybe relieve pressure for these other landings to fail. Unfortunately, the landing comes in here immediately. Maybe we actually... Oh, now we can park an army there? No, or is it just a magical teleporting army? A magical teleporting army. So we're gonna park our navy out there to stop their landings. All the landings are happening in this HQ, so this might be one of those white piece situations, but we didn't put anything that costs infamy in, so we're okay with that as well. Hopefully this landing won't succeed into what we have cooked up. We're really behind these guys in tech, so maybe that's like actually kind of makes sense why we're not able to really stop these landings, but I think now we have way more troops, so hopefully we're getting way more advantageous battles and they're just losing, which does seem to be the case. So are there any new resources in this mod? There are a ton. Let's kind of just take a quick look at some of them. So there's Kim salt, which replaces opium. There's monster essence. There's potions. There's luxury potions. There's relics. There's wish stones, which is kind of like used in magical PMs. There's trinkets, which are magical themselves. There's cloud silver and airships, which provide like a secondary shipping means beyond the oceans through air. But I think we're slowly sloughing off these invasions, and economically speaking, we are kind of pulling out from a bad spot. Kind of looking where we have iron mines. We see we have some in all 3 of these states, or 4 of these states. So we're just going to add a little bit of construction here to the queue, because we don't want to be quite making this amount of money. Just going to stay parked here, because we can't park a navy. Yeah, we should have just not gone for very much, because I think now what we're going to hope for is just kind of like a little bit of a white piece here. Oh, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. It's not that bad. We just give up a colony, but we can immediately recolonize, I think. I think once these guys have landed, they're a little bit too formidable for us as well. Line and mobile artillery. I guess we could see if we can get on the front with them and then land behind them. And try and find a way to get a white piece. I guess we are also trying to play for specifically war reparations. The problem is they're going to get in over here now if we use the navy in this way. This is like a really hard skill in a lot of games, is if you're going to lose, often it's better to lose faster. Trying to be a little bit better about it. There's like a lot of things like this that are like by their nature harder to kind of think through. So if we're going to lose the Demonian Empire here, which we might very well, they're kind of the biggest baddest on the block in this mod. If we're going to lose here, the loss isn't that big. Fighting them for an extended period of time is a bit more expensive. So it would be better to end this as quickly as possible, also so we don't get a bunch of negative, like, long-standing relations with the Demonian Empire. We would love to enforce on them, which would basically give us recognition, but it's kind of, it'll be difficult because we'll have to land several of their countries, or we'll have to land them at home. Now, to be fair, we could split this fleet up into, like, 5 fleets and try and micro our brains out, trying to land them in 5 different spots at once. And shuffle these guys around and do dark wizardry. So, is this like Abnar? Yeah, it is. Invasion might be in the war in mind. Spreadsheet gamers can't even bear the real world simulation and have to escape a fantasy spreadsheet land. That's right. The real spreadsheets were too real. We had to go to fantasy land. You see that they have a fat stack defending. This is where their capital's at. We can't really land into a 25 stack, so we can't land their capital. But we're fighting all these guys. We could land into a different guy and try and push the capital. I don't think that... I think the AI also in this mod is a little bit better. I don't think that... They've got too many guys too spread out for us to, I think, really get that done. We can maybe land behind here, but then I think we're losing this here. And we could try and shuffle back and forth, but I also think that we're not that far off from... I think we could just capitulate here. And not have to suffer their wrath longer. No, I think 069 Lele isn't being serious. I think he's just kind of being a jokester. Yeah, I think we live to fight another day here. And let's finish that war, the Separatist War. And then this other war. Just kidding. Yeah, this is what we lost. It's kind of like another thing. I think it's possible we should have just capitulated, but look, we just colonize again and we just end up cutting them off, so that's cute. I think if we had something really substantive to lose, we might have tried to do that longer, but I think that we will probably try and get recognition from someone like Vosmead Peaks rather than the Demonian Empire, you know? But to do either of that, we need a much bigger navy. Let's kind of bring up our navy a little bit. Now, they have a 65 stack, but they're all irregulars, so I think we can land into that. Researching Central Archives now. I think we do have a bunch of government admins in the queue still, but we'll be getting that through. I'm 100% real, just hate watching. Damn. The truth hurts. Well, if it isn't generalist, I'm a humanist, but not everyone should vote gaming. Well. What's up, White God 88? Back for more, I see. The hate watchers are in full force. Yeah, there's a disjunction between making decisions and valuing people. Just because you want to value people doesn't mean that those people are good at making decisions. But also, I anticipate good old White God 88 perhaps does not have you know, the same egalitarian principles in mind. Do you think overall victory, the player should have some influence on which territory the state gets colonized next? I don't know. It would be nice, I guess. It would involve weird cutting each other off, though. It wouldn't be very, very organic. You would, like, try and... you know what I mean? You would make these long, snaky type of structures where you're just trying to cut other people off from colonization, and this would be how you do it. I think that what they did recently was an improvement, which it tends to expand outward from the coast in like a kind of organic-ish way. So I think that that was probably an improvement. I being able to choose would be nice, but also like I think that'd be pretty low on my list of things I care about. You know, like if I get told that I can fix Trip the Rip, thanks for the follow, big nice. If I get told that look, you could choose 6 things to get fixed or whatever, like colonization would be low. YouTube chat is always unhinged and spicy. It makes me feel lame for being a Twitch chatter. Oh no, you're good. You Gucci. The YouTube is just bigger population. So occasionally you get like more unhinged chatter. Nope, for sure I'm not an egalitarian. yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I think I understand to some extent where you're coming from. Or I don't agree with the type of position I imagine you have, but I think I understand it. It's perhaps more what I mean to say. Are there real white supremacists in YouTube chat? I anticipate White God 88 is probably of the position that some races are better than others, would be my guess based on his username. And if he is the person that, I think, if he's an alt of the account that got banned earlier, although I can't remember what happened. I'm not even sure if I banned them or if they were just like commenting negatively. I think it might have been the latter, which is why I'm not really doing anything, because if someone's ban evading, then I have no problem rebanning them. But if they're the chatter from earlier, egalitarianism is not on the mind. Let's say, from my limited scope of reference of their position. Although them just straight up saying they're not egalitarian is probably a very strong indicator that they're not. Oh, power back statue will be nice. Let's build one in the capital here. That or dedicated trolls, that too. I definitely think some people are just looking to provoke reactions. So we're getting to the point where we're draining investment pool at a pretty good clip, and we have a little bit of buffer. So I think we don't need to add any more construction at this point. And in particular, what we want to do is we want to colonize in this way. We have to have an interest there to colonize there. Is that all we need? But we took this state just so we could try and get our colonization on. We do have a port there already. Fantastic. Historical colonization was guided by coast access, rivers, and natural obstacles. Germany, for example, brought land from the British thinking that they could link their colonies only to realize the waterfall. I assume that's realize the waterfall was in the way. That's interesting. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but like the specifically cutting people off like feels a little artificial. Maybe it's not though. Or like the we cut you off so you can't colonize here anymore, nah, probably didn't really function in that way. I'm a goblin supremacist. Jeremy here with the right answers, the right takes. Goblin supremacy. Goblin supremacy. We might be able to raise taxes a notch. We're thinking of subjugating these guys next. We kind of got in here to be able to colonize, but I mean, maybe we're just supposed to create more colonization fronts. And doing something like conquer these guys makes sense or something like that. Certainly establishing more and more interest is going to be useful for us. We're like a third of the way to researching central archives. Will you play Civ 7 when it comes out? That's very much the plan, yeah. Someone was asking if I would pivot to Civ 7. I don't know if I would have that much of a position on it, but I'm certainly planning on playing it. If a lot of people are interested in watching Civ 7, I would probably play a lot of it. What I think is going to happen is I'm going to stream it for 10 to 12 hours on release, get medium to smallish numbers, maybe make a series on it, and then the series won't do that well, and I probably won't play too much more of it. Or something like this is probably the most like probable outcome. If it's somehow just crushed, though, I would probably be a lot more inclined to make a lot more Civ content. But I'm not a Civ 6 guy. It's the economy, fools! I'm not like a Civ 6 guy, so I imagine the way it kind of would roll out is that most of the people who get a large share of viewership for Civ 7 or Civ 6 people, right? But like currently, the Victoria 3 numbers are like the smallest they've ever been in terms of players. In terms of player count. And while my viewership is kind of growing relative to player count, it still like correlates really tightly with player count. So when there's not a lot of people playing, I don't get a lot of views. Generally speaking. Paper might become in short supply. Well, that's a good point. I think we already have a little bit of coming in, but I think we definitely want more in the capital here, so we'll just add a few into the new capital, as it were. I think eventually we're going to want to kind of have a rumble with the Gold Pass keepers in order to fully connect kind of this section, and then we're going to want to get the like southern subcontinent here. Oh, we're not currently here. What do we want to get? I think we want to get on a prop tax. I don't think we have access to that yet. I don't think we have the technology, unfortunately. Yeah, we don't have egalitarianism. To be fair, land-based taxation, when you have a lot of peasants, isn't that bad, and we still do have quite a few peasants. I mean, it's regressive, but you don't care as much that it's regressive. I think our mages are not big enough for that. No. So the thing I guess we would want to go after is the monarchy itself. Or oligarchy. Oligarchy is going to be easier for us to get through, actually. Oh, yeah, that's right. That tracks. We need to get the Intelligentsia in. Intelligentsia is going to be difficult to get in simultaneously with these guys. That's actually going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, we could do it. State religion's also causing us some problems. Let's try and get on census suffrage, I suppose. We could maybe run lower taxes, but I think we could also maybe run higher taxes and add construction, so... I will follow you to any game you decide to bless with your spreadsheets. We'll probably do some spreadsheet analysis of Vic 7 if we can, really early. Because that type of thing I think will be maybe a little bit open. So like day 2, might just sit down and try and make some spreadsheets for it. Okay, one question, no more trolling. That preface giving me cause for concern. But let's see the question. How do you feel losing Gene's hard-earned money betting on the communist Indian? Also, isn't that illegal in the USA? You can bet on elections in the United States. Also, I'm somewhat dispassionate on my betting. My betting is not like an endorsement. I hedged my bets on both sides. And I'm assuming you're talking about the United States election, although I disagree with the characterization of her as a communist. Also, it's not I was betting specifically Gene's money, but I'm like dispassionate. I actually bet in a hedged way. I thought it was really unlikely that the Conservatives win the popular vote, and then they ended up winning the popular vote. Not by a huge margin, though. Once like the rest of California came in, the margin wasn't like as enormous as it was initially. because it was initially very, very large. But I I think that the fact that a lot of people bet on who they want to win or this type of thing is a huge leak, and that's how you make actually a lot of really bad bets, and that's something, if you are trying to bet for EV, you should look to exploit, because let's go to 30, dog. Like, when you're betting, it's like, it's not a... To some extent, you're not really... What you're betting about isn't what you think will happen. It's you're betting that other people are making a mistake in evaluating the likelihood of something happening. But I do think your question, you're trying to be provocative. More so than, like, actually answer a question. Like, that question, obviously, the intent is not to actually seek some sort of, like, understanding of my betting strategy. Right? With that question, you are trying to evoke, like, a certain response and, like, rub my nose in the fact that, like, Kamala lost, more so than actually elicit some sort of betting strategy thing. It's like, how do you feel about losing, dog? But, like, in a different sort of, like, roundabout way. It's not information seeking. You know? So, like, I think I probably disagree with your evaluation that you're, like, not trolling. But you can, it's like, it's considered like sports betting. So the type of betting that is illegal in the USA, it actually depends on a state-by-state basis. But in the state where I live, if it's, poker specifically actually should be legal, but it's not legal in California. But if your betting is not, your betting includes a game of skill, which predicting events to happen is considered a game of skill, then it is legal. Feet picks seem very profitable. Yeah, maybe I should make an adjustment. Show everyone the Hobbit feet. They're taking the Hobbits to Isengard, etc. I believe they meant Kamala. They definitely... I'm fairly confident they meant Kamala, yeah. Thinking Kamala Harris is communist is next level lobotomy take. Yeah, I disagree with the characterization, but I understand who he was referring to. So I could either argue on the characterization, or I could answer his question. Right. Which, like, I tried to answer the question. Even though I don't think the intent behind the question is, like, information seeking or intending to provoke, like, a productive conversation. It's like the structure of the question is a little bit like, how do you feel about being a dum-dum? Or, like, that's, like, what it's trying to do. It's like... I think we can rival him, maybe? We're trying to keep maximum infamy decay up with floating a lot of this Diplo. The value of having good relations with particularly strong powers is much less than it used to be. I guess we could try and cultivate good relations with the two bigger ones. But then now we would have to rival a whole bunch more in order to have a full float. Which we're maybe okay with. I mean, maybe we're not subjugating this guy or this guy anytime soon. I don't know. And if we are, we can maybe improve relations with them. Wait, what was your potential payout had you won? Not a lot. Well, I actually had, like, a hedged bet. So if Trump won, and I didn't bet a lot, though. I mean, it's more for, like, fun and just, like, evaluating, because my bankroll online's not that big, because I just ran it up from free rolls only, so I never deposited money online that, like, I didn't already withdraw from online, if that makes sense. So, like, I think I was, like, gonna make, like, $10 if Trump won, but he lost the popular vote, and then, like, $40 if Kamala won and won the popular vote. Something like that. was like where my position was, so it wasn't like a huge position. But thinking through like so for example on betting, I thought Conor McGregor was entertaining, like in regards to like sports betting on MMA fights. I thought he was entertaining. I also thought he was grossly overrated, so I bet against him on almost every fight. Back when like Conor was popular, like I bet like my entire bankroll that he would lose to Mayweather, because that was like an absolutely insane line. It was like 6-1 when like Conor McGregor like would win if Mayweather had a heart attack or he threw. And like I just thought the likelihood that he intentionally throws a fight, magic carpet docs, nice. I thought the odds that he throws a fight was just seemed incredibly low to just like be 49-0 and then just throw your 50th fight or whatever it was. Their username is WhiteGod88. Yeah, I'm aware that that's their username. I think there's someone else who like was on earlier. I'm not gonna ban someone just for having that username though. I'm playing the game as Egypt. How do trade routes exist if I'm within the Ottoman market? You import it to the Ottoman market. Yeah, but how do you feel about being a big dum-dum at Generalist Gaming? The truth hurts. There are many dum-dums, but this dum-dum is mine. There are many dum-dums like it, but... Ever put your colony ports back to the top? I thought I didn't move them all the way to the bottom. I thought I just moved the... No, I didn't move them to the bottom. I moved the government admins on top of them. So once the government admins finished, then they finished, I think. Yeah. I'm certainly the dumbest guy in my chair, that's true. Yeah, the truth hurts. But Generalist, how do you feel about being a dum-dum? It is a question I would really like to understand. Definitely trolling. Okay, Generalist, I've lost all my life savings betting on my favorite candidate gaming. Thanks for the conversation. I'll watch the VOD later on 1.5x speed since you don't have egalitarianism yet. Yeah, okay. This guy's got jokes. Rather be a big dum-dum than a small dum. Would you rather be a big dum-dum in a small dum-dum world, or a small dum-dum in a big dum-dum world? Yeah. Someone needs to ask the real questions around here. It might as well be me. Maybe Census is just... Census was so good before this patch, but I think if you're playing really, really strongly for being above 90% and you're not caring as much about the clout of... trying to get the clout of the Industrialists and the trade unionists above 20%, then maybe Census Suffrage isn't as good as it was last patch. I was kind of thinking that Census Suffrage was the way, but like it's harder to get bonuses currently than it used to be, so... I think we're going after these guys next. First in a village, then second in Rome, my man. Yeah, big dumb small world every time. True. I think you might be onto something. Well, actually, I think I'd rather oscillate between being the big dum-dum in a small dum-dum world, or a small dum-dum in a big dum-dum world. So, it's like important to... It's important, like, to be challenged more than just mentally, but also mentally challenged. You know what I mean? I don't. Like, it's even if you're smart, you should try and be around people you think are smarter than you sometimes. And I guess if you're dumb, then you should try and find some people that seem dumber than you. I don't know. I'm not sure the analogy works in the other direction. We'll go up on the speed. We currently have just like an enormous portion of Q to pick up. But in particular, we're looking to overflow a very large amount over the cap at this point, and really, really lean into trying to produce way more innovation than we would otherwise want to, because we're behind in tech. And that's going to make us not spread faster. Not going to make us like, actually... I don't think we have the defensive pact with Ravik. How do we still have a defense pact? I guess we didn't call them. If we call them and then it kills the defense pact, maybe we should have. They weren't useful when the Fire Nation attacked Dumonium. How are we doing on this? Kind of okay. Approval's probably something I should just start keeping a closer eye on. Like, very often the approval of the Industrialists is quite high, because the approval correlates more tightly with the people who have political power, which tend to be the wealthier people, and the wealthier Industrialists tend to have be very happy. Wizard Towers Taverns. Ooh, we did have some Arts Academy. I thought we didn't. Go independent artists. We can't change that, but we can change taverns to dive bars. Hell yeah, brother. Sound off. I think that, I thought that gave us more magical proliferation. Really would love to get another card slot as well. The Gulf, yeah, the Naga movement. Don't want any Nagas here. They gotta stay over here. The Naga, like, some of the Naga flavor might be pretty cool to play sometime. But these guys are in, over here, I think, yeah. Which is pretty good, because we actually would rather just clear, I think, the turmoil and, like, be able to build here if we wanted to, than, avoid the rev. I think we also can't colonize here yet, because of why? Psionic theory. Is that one of these? It is. Well, we need to research 2 texts to finish Central Archives, so we actually have a little bit of a choice here that I don't hate. Is we could do... this. Each tech that we acquire will reduce the cost of Central Archives by 2k, so that'll reduce the cost of Central Archives to, like, what we have. I think we're just gonna rev them either way. Spread out the dumb, cast a wide net, yeah. Man, I love being the dumbest smart kid instead of the smartest dumb kid. You know what, I don't think I've looked at the Naga's unique racial bonus. For those of you who don't know, and in addition to, like, what we're playing towards, we have Goblin Tide and we're playing towards minus military goods cost. And this is the way we're playing with it. Struggled a bit with Great GovCon when trying them out, sort of like the old Qing problem with institutions sucking so much money out early on. Yeah. Like, for, like, Qing and Japan specifically, like, It's a bit weird, but Central Archives is just super, super outstanding for those. Where it's like a little bit more medium with other countries. And it like has to do with like kind of like peasant ratio. Like the way you like look at that. And like the higher the peasant ratio, the worse institutions are. And the better like bureaucracy like acquisition is. You can think of it as GDP per capita or productivity per capita too. But kind of a little bit less useful for us to get this ingress intentionally before we have like psionic theory or whatever. But I think that we did want to go into this next and then get psionic theory if we can, something like this. I don't know, that's a lot of text to like be thinking ahead. They want us to Ebazati. I think we can do that. How close are we to pulling them into the block? Not very. I mean, we have an obligation. Fair, I didn't see the start of the run, so I don't know how you managed it. I think we did anything too special. But now, well, we didn't pass laws that gave us a bunch of institutions, I suppose, is one adjustment. The problem with them is they start out with a whole bunch of them. Like, when you play Ching, the first thing you do is get off of poor laws, because it's just absolutely backbreaking. Oh, we had an event go away there. We have a mutual investment agreement. I'm not sure. We did that for an obligation. Maybe that was a bit of a mistake. Because now they're going to buy our buildings. Also means we can invest in their country, though. Oh no, we want the secession to pop. Sooner rather than later. Let's take a look at how we're doing with our subjects. Gonna kick these guys over 75. Now the first wee-woos of the stream. So, we're about to finish magical studies, then we finish up egalitarianism, and then this instant completes. Do we have a power block? God, we haven't gotten a single principle yet. Really a bit rough on this front. So, to that extent, us gaining an additional... I think these guys are recognized. Oh, they're not. They're just big. Like, specifically making someone who tributary is bigger is, like, value, or not tributary is bigger. Making recognized countries tributaries is going to be a little bit more valuable to us. Wow, they're tributaryable? That's insane. I guess they're a minor power. They're really, really, really big, so we're going to try and actually maybe get them diplomatically. The Thrakovia. I mean, it's possible we should wait on those guys until... Like, minor powers is what you want. Like, so we would want to subjugate someone like this. The problem is they're way bigger than what we would want to subjugate. We want the minor power status without having a lot of population, because the population makes it really, really expensive. From an infantry standpoint. Magic carpet docks max levels is up. Looms for textile mills, Leviathan outposts, spider ranches. I think we do use the textile mills PM. Here. I think that might be the one that we acquired. Ooh, I don't know if we want to be magic. I don't know if we want a gizmo economy or a tool economy. Shoot. Like, long term. Well, we know we don't want explosives. Explosives are more mine-oriented. I guess we probably want a tool economy. So we finished that tech. Now, if you take a look here, now we're only 2k behind, right? So in 3 to 5 months, we will decrease this by another 2k, and so we will have enough. In theory, we probably should have went out of our way to find someone who was recognized instead, going after the unrecognized power, but in practice, you know, theory is practice in theory, but not in practice. In practice, I think that us going for this, like, looks better on the map. We are treading dangerously here. We have added a whole bunch of universities. This is quite expensive. Let's do this. And when we see the universities in the queue again, we're going to pause construction and let the auto queue... Oh, the auto queue is, like, not enough to drain. I don't know if this is sustainable. We might have to delete down construction a little bit. Let's... Oh, we can't because of rev. Okay. I see you. I get you. I hear you. We might have to ride the lightning for a little bit. I think that our GDP trajectory is overall positive enough that we can eat this, but very dangerous as an unrecognized power because interest gets very big very quickly. But unfortunately, because of the secession movement, really just wish these would pop. It's now kind of a lot easier to have a secession movement for forever, so egalitarianism is really nice here. Because we will go proportional taxation next. That is also nice. So we assume that here we're going to have relatively high GDP per capita, and we're also behind on this. So we're going to standardize filing here, and we're going to standardize filing here. And then that leaves us in a positive kind of thing. Is it positive enough to do extra? No, it's not. Well, I think we might swap over all of them then. We kind of don't want level 5 ones just round out and about. Oh wait, that one's fine, but this one in Amberwick, maybe not exactly what we're looking for. Right, we have an extra 2K, so we can get a little bit more institutions. Let's do something like this. These should go up a little bit more because I think it causes extra employment cost. This actually brings down the amount of money we have to pay. The map of this mod seems bigger than vanilla. I think it's got fewer states than vanilla, but I'm not 100% sure. We don't like that. We're hoping that they stay in minor power. I think that just generates too much revenue for us, considering our current economic situation, for us to not use that. I think that's the soup we're swimming in now. We would delete down construction to improve our budget a little bit, but we can't, so it seems like a fine enough substitute. Are we going full? Nope. Let's finish incorporating the stuff near us. And now we're gonna need more of these. Something like that should be good. Yeah, our investment pool completely drained, and we swapped to by losing the drain, we kind of, well, we're close to break even actually, but losing the drain is like the little speed bump we're going over, let's call it. And we're still adding a bunch more universities here, so now we're up to 200 uncapped, 90 overcap, and 60% of that overflows to overflows effectively towards the useful stuff. Into this, although we have unrecognized major, censorship, and rural folk being upset, giving us very significant malices here. Psychiatry not spreading is kind of nice for the idea of us getting onto psionic theory. We don't want to use our obligation to get one man, and by one man I mean one goblin. Yeah, the institutions are about ready to eat us up here. So we'll do this. Getting war reps from these guys will also feel pretty good. Wonder how we're doing in terms of the economy. We're still a little bit behind Eridor. Eridor has some insane companies. We haven't slotted in our first company yet because we're, like, preserving the slot because problems. Wait, why? We didn't slot this in. How the hell did this slot in? Did I misclick this forever ago and it slot in? We don't want this. What? I must have misclicked something. It's the Veil PM that makes Eridor so strong? The Veil PM? They always, like, pop off really hard. No? Colonies in the North Island? That's right. Look at Veil integrity. What about it? When Veil integrity is bad, does that help them? Is that what you're saying? I thought they had a really good. I know they have really good company in addition, but you might be correct in that there's a stronger effect from a different thing. But they also have really good company, or that was my understanding. We can't colonize here until we get. What do we need here? Gantry cranes. That territory is pretty valuable. What are we doing with our life, man? We should just do this. We're on consideration. Senseless suffrage. I think we're going to use our one time. We're at 2 setbacks, 9%. We're going to use our one time of the day. Does different races have different bonuses? Your population is quite big. Yes, different races have different bonuses. The main benefit of ours is minus mill goods cost. So that's what we are getting. This is our separatist movement. Can you dig it? We can move that there, so I think we're going to move those guys there. A little bit ahead of time. Gulf Naga movement reappears here. But this will allow us to get rid of all the radicals in the region. Okay, this unlocks explosive factory and also nitroglycerin and the other stuff. But very important for us, we want to use that company long term. Although we might have to export it initially. Now, can we... We don't have a use for explosives yet, which is a little bit of a problem. But producing more grain, we could run high taxes maybe. Thing is, we're already losing loyalists. Let's do something like that. Surely they would oppose agitation. Eridor is super juiced industrialists all the time. Well, if they have really big margins, then this benefits them. Like if they have companies that increase their overall margins. Some kind of static modifier to boost clout, to my knowledge, helps AI stick on Laze easy. I have a question. For all this time playing this game, I've not understood how the technology spread gets divided between the 3 research trees, especially when you aren't getting 3 technologies spreading to you at the same time. Technology spread takes roughly 20%, so technology spread has some flat amounts that you get from a variety of things, but then on top of that, when you go over this amount that you could spend on your active research, like we have about 100 uncapped, that goes 20% to each category of military society production. So effectively 60% of your overflow is useful, and it researches something that is natural spreading. Hey Nasser, how's it going? How you be? How you doing? Follows of youth, that sounds like me. Or does it? The truth hurts. I think we don't want radicals. We don't really want enactment. We want to either fail this or succeed it faster, though, I guess. What country is this? This is Great Gravkhan from the mod in Realms of Exther that we are playing, which was formed from... I forget what we started as. We started as a little country down here in the tip. And then we became Great Gravkhan. Wow. So these guys a GP? They are a GP. These guys we can probably beat, but let's... kind of do some of that maybe. Not sure how we land these guys. Poison Hills. We could revoke their claims in a lot of spots and try and war rep them out. And if we do that, that'll help us a lot for recognition. I don't know how easy this is for us to get done. Now everyone wants something. Everyone wants something from us, not from them. They don't want to take a piece of them. All fine. Trying to set up a Pal World server? Oh, baby. Pal World was actually like our second most played game, I think. This year when we were looking at our metrics. Well, Small Shore is actually a little bit nice for us because I think it makes it easier for us to land. I think that in truth we just can't land them, so what exactly are they trying to take off of us? Deshen. It's probably the colony over here, yeah. I'll have those guys stay there too. Recruit Petite Bourgeoisie, set them at defend front, and then we'll also upgrade all units. Should be in good shape to just be able to defend that. I don't think we want to try and take this, but I don't really know how we get in. I don't think we do. I think this is just we're playing for a white peace with this war. We don't have a big enough like navy yet, or do we? I didn't realize we were up to 50 ships here. Let's look by unemployed, because these are going to be the best. Stuff that's unemployed and around and about where we are. So we'll get these up to a 50 stack, so we could actually land with this in terms of actually having a robust and powerful landing. Oh, we were going to put in war goal on small shore, but I think it's fine. We do have recruitment rate. We have an offensive and defensive penalty, which is kind of annoying, per our racial bonus. I think that we could just do this and land each one of these individually to finish them off here. I thought we had a guy there. Okay, I guess we don't. He's encountering a little bit of resistance. One stack it looks like. God, the AI is getting so much better. If they just like peeling off a one stack. Can we get this guy over here? I guess. And the 5 stack gets in, we subjugate. That's gonna be real nice, except for we're gonna need to import ammo, almost certainly. Well, certainly. Certainly, unless that PM is not what we think it is. I think we might be able to... Let's see if these buildings are profitable. Yeah, the explosives have no one to ship to. Or nothing to do, but we needed them in order to make an industry. So I think we do that, and then I think we... we should be able to slot in the explosives company. No, not yet. What else do we need? Used to play when it came out. Me and the wife on Game Pass, but the update broke crossplay, and she might have to buy it on Steam. Bummer. Versus like the Steam Deck. 5 levels. 5 levels that have to be owned by... Yep. They have to be owned by private companies. They can't be owned by the government. These currently are levels owned by the government. Oh, so we're gonna need to subsidize it in order to get those in. Or well, we are subsidizing it, so it's gonna work, but... We have a 9 stack there. I think eventually our 80 stack will defend against their landing. They don't have too much left at home, I guess. Let's actually try and make these... Try and win this war. Instead of just like hobble through a white piece. Or losing the minimum or something like this. Oh wow, you don't need to occupy anything to remove... claims? That feels like news to me. That's something I should know. Let's land with our 30 stack then, if we can't like land with bigger. I think that's the capital it is. Oh no, oh no. Thought our 9 stack would be enough. Oh, these guys aren't even using. Or did they get moved onto that front somehow? They got moved into the front somehow so they couldn't defend against landing, maybe? That's silly. We're about to have skirmish like kind of up and running, so... Also us losing the war goal really early in the war is less of a problem. So... Okay, we're gonna have to defeat 3 more navies to actually land here. It's a different war. That's a little grim for us. So... I think, or well, I guess that's where our 50 is. Either way. But I think we're actually just gonna really dig a little bit deep for this one. So we'll just raise an enormous chunk of conscripts to try and win this back. Unfortunately, I don't know if we win these. I guess we do win these naval battles, but long term, I think we want to do that. And we still have 60, so we have a lot of room to work with here. Oh, these guys aren't even on the front? I want these guys defending the capital there. There's another one down. So now we're landing here. Our front gets spaghettied. Somehow they teleport back, and we get bricked. Retire for your shame, good sir. Oh, we should have just taken this war slower. How do we... what happened to our... Has this guy just been spaghettied for forever? He's been spaghettied for forever. We actually have, like, more troops than them overall, but, like... They push, like, 10 states worth of guys. I mean, like, what we should do, if we didn't have a separatist movement, we could just delete this army and teleport them. We're gonna land with those guys, but now let's not do that. What happened to landing with these guys? Oh my god. Our navy got beaten, I guess. Oh, we should have just played this slower. Part I don't know is if you're getting spread out, let's say military production, and are you still getting the effect of 60% of your cap innovation, or are you getting 40% of it? If you're spreading military and production, but not society, you effectively are only getting 40%, yeah. Mines? Mines? Hey, Orpheus, how's it going? God. A little bit rough, because you can't see their navy there, but their navy has defeated our navy twice now. But, like, visually can't see it. So if we do this, and then try and land here, right? I think we're gonna get bricked by their navy. I mean, we could see that guy, but we couldn't see the other guy who beat us. So now, we see that guy there. But, like, the bigger problem is our massive army just getting bricked off the front for, like, 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, but you know what I mean. Like, a period of time that was long. Small shore's out, but we're gonna be out soon too here. At this rate. Do you not have a guy pushing here? We don't. I don't think this is going to make a difference, because they're not going to recruit up way, way, way faster. We needed to not get the guy, like, spaghettied off the front. You guys are one unit off of having rapid advance, huh? Or they're supposed to have 10 cavalry. Alright. Here's what we do. Now we can rapid advance? We can. We have to land the other guy. God, I wish this guy wasn't occupying the C node specifically. What kind of ships were we looking at? Yeah, the 10 monitors, 8 ironclads. We can't get through that. Who pushed this front, though? Actually, wait. That's why we're losing the other war. Oh, I think it's too late for us to focus up, but we're going to try and focus up here. We need to somehow win this war, so I guess we're going to also mobilize, like, really, really a lot. Wait, where are these guys located, though? We're stationed. Jesus Christ, man. Like, I thought visually he looked on the front, and he was just stationed after getting spaghettiing off the front. Now, there's visually no one there. Unfortunately, I think their navy's gonna teleport. Oh, their navy's just caught ours, actually. We're just bad. Alright. I don't know if this works. Visually, it's been rough because these guys have beaten us a couple times with us without them like visually being on the map. But I think that, yeah, I think we get timed out here. We just get enforced on. I don't know. Yeah, that's what's going on. Kind of just frustrated with the war system overall. Like, in regards to us getting moved off that front multiple times in the war with our giant stack army. One, he got spaghettied for... We, like, had only lost, like, 2 states, he gets spaghettied, and then we're down 10 states, and then the second time he just, like, wasn't on the front, but he visually looked on the front, but he wasn't assigned to the front, which... And also this Navy's beaten us twice without us being able to see where they're... Okay, well now we're over there. So let's not land there, but... I'm kind of frustrated with this. And we enforce on them? What? Turns out cheap military goods don't make you fight better. This is true. I mean, I guess we'll... I mean, I kind of hate that we paid 35 infamy and then we're not getting anything out of that, but... That one wasn't... The war against these guys was, like, the one where all the negative stuff was happening. Like, that one we, like, should have mobilized more and we should have, like, fought that a little bit differently, so I'm, like, kind of okay with that, but... We are recognized, though. Hearn Hunter, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Do some of that, I guess. We'll move two of these guys out as well. I'm playing the ULOG Authority, and I gain more unemployment all the time from natural growth. I can't get ahead of it. Should I just ignore it and continue to employ as many people as I can where it makes sense, or economy-wise, or focus heavily on the states with unemployment? You want to focus on the unemployment states. But you still, like, shouldn't do unreasonable things. Like, it's better, like, you should blast wood very, very aggressively and fish very, very aggressively and export those if you can. But also, like, with China, for example, usually it's quite some time before you can actually get ahead of things. In vanilla, in terms of your pop growth is usually so big that you can't actually do the thing properly. We'll do the landlocked one. These guys we just fought, sure. A little faster on this now, are we? Or just went away at some point. We'll decline. We use our obligation to get power block embassy. Hopefully longest term we can pull them in. It's tempting to go for that. Well, if they don't back down, I think we want that, because that'll cut them off in the north. And if they acquiesce, then they acquiesce, I guess. But either way, we're getting that, so why don't we go for these guys afterwards? So why don't we go for these guys afterwards? We can't. Because of reasons. Okay, I understand. Oh, because, obviously, yeah, never mind. Because we have an escalating play currently. We have to wait for it to fully escalate. Gold pass papers have faux minting. The real minting is the military consumption reduction percentage. You can't export as U-log. They start off with isolationism. They also benefit a ton from construction because of the many vassals. So with U-log, you could try and... Oh no, no, not like this. We used our one time. What is this? What is this nonsense? Alright, who else supports it? Could go universal here. Kind of don't want to go that far. Do we have egalitarianism? We do, so that means if we put like the military in government, we should be able to go prop tax. Which we can. I guess we just do that. That's gonna let us raise the next tax bracket, so... I think we're gonna just let the conscripts rip. I'm okay with the Nanos movement. East Thaloria forms. Ayo. Very inclined to do construction 1, but per the run, we do need to go militarized industry. I think vassalization up kind of makes some sense. A little more income transfer, but more importantly, it will help us keep us more cohesive. But I just I'm so in love with construction 1. To be fair, we have really high population. And the more pop you have, the more appealing food standardization is. The agriculture applies to the subsistence farms. We're gonna go construction 1. Tried and true. Yeah, we can't target the Oasis because we don't have neighboring territory. It's kind of silly. Put in our rapid advancers over here. I'm starting to have port problems. I think we're just going to do some of this and some of this. And if we have negative infrastructure someplace, we're just going to handle it there, like that. Extra proliferation investments, pretty substantive. Put that one at the back of the queue, because the ports should be able to help it at the front, or closer to the front. We don't have too big a queue right now. Yeah, prop tax is looking like it's going to get through. How do I benefit from having many vassals? It effectively gives you free construction, 10 free construction per vassal you have. But also, you get, like, the income from vassals is nice, like, in terms of diplopacts. Right now we're paying diplopacts because we're paying war reps. But now we can, now that we're a recognized power with laissez-faire, we can kind of... they did get new art for these in the latest patch. I think we kind of want dynamite here. Ugh, that's so far ahead of time, though. Yeah, I think it's corporate charters, so we can slot in the 2 companies we want. Yeah, this is way too many conscripts we were raised. We should have just, like, played it slower. To be fair, we could delete all the conscripts on the thing, but... I mean, we're winning every battle. We're not winning every battle. Not like this. I think we're just gonna actually delete these down quite a bit. Oh, we can't because of freaking separatist movement, dude. Yeah, this isn't good. This is way too big a mobilization. We'd have to, like, stand the entire army down. Oh, it's mobilizing both of these, too. Shoot. That we're still losing some battles with this many troops is also incredibly rough. Yeah, we just... in my head, we'd, like, the mobilization would be able to get through them really quick. Like, not quite how it manifested. I don't know, that was, like, kind of just a sudden inspiration that just was, like, stupid. Actually, no, it was, like, it was because we, like, lost this war over here, right? And I was, like, because we just, like, didn't mobilize, like, we should have mobilized way earlier for that war and to just, like, bink it in, and then... yeah. Did we get nitroglycerin and we just didn't notice? We might have gotten nitro and didn't notice. Yeah, we did. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We actually have a lot of those industries already pre-built. How are we doing on them? We're subsidized, but we're not having to pay money. Hell yeah. Private queue, please start buying these so we can finally create the company. It's wild that we're still losing battles with this many battalions, man. We just need more minus mill goods cost. This is the real problem. Perfect. Thank God. How much are we paying in the war reps? Quite a bit. Yeah, and he's cut off. Perfect. And then now our trade routes can actually start going again. Really need these to become privately owned. Unfortunately, they're not profitable, so they're never going to be bought. Alright, we can try and decrease the price of their inputs here, though. Like, paper's pretty expensive here. Crop tax is also going to be nice. I think we'll be able to do this. Whoa, we have a huge movement for universal suffrage now, and the other ones, or something. Oh, the devout now is like democratic. To what year does it go? I think it just goes as late as you want to go. It just starts getting slow. The good way to break out of isolationism is probably trying to trigger corn laws by conscripting up an enormous army. In particular, this is kind of how we did it. So if you have a whole bunch of hussars, they have extra grain input per level. So if you put in like thousands of hussars, you can create thousands of buy orders of grain, and you can make it very expensive in order to trigger corn laws. And then with the corn laws guy, go free trade. We should have done that way earlier, but that's like how you would do it kind of on a faster kind of timeline. I mean, I kind of want to go census suffrage, but universal suffrage also just might be better now these days. Yeah, we have a Democrat here. This is kind of a newer development. So let's go universal suffrage. I think part of the reason why we rolled that to begin with as well has been our very long time endorsement of this, which increases character ideology rolling like Democrats. think as we start expanding, we maybe want to go multiculturalism as well. Oh, whoops. It's like infinite for me, man. They're so big. They're minor power with a few people in them. Only 28 infamy. I think we could go for that. We should have been smarter about assigning conscripts, but we weren't. Because if there's... If you have conscripts, 2 conscripts pulling from the same state, if you mobilize conscripts in one armed battalion, it mobilizes them in all the battalions. It's really kind of annoying. I think we could just ignore Thascaria and just go for these guys. And we want them to maintain all their subjects here, so... We are indeed now gaining quite a bit of money, including our investment pool, and we definitely want to be in the losing department, so... Let's do something like that. Hey, Happy New Year, Mirza. How's it going? How do you trigger colonialism with isolationism? Read the tooltip. You don't need to have export prioritization if you're on isolationism. You can just trigger it with colonialism, or you can just trigger it. Got 71k, 72 grain. How big does it have to be to trigger it? It needs to be 20 plus 25%. What's the best way to reduce PB influence? They're always annoying. Accept more cultures is the kind of simplest way. In particular, the law that's going to give them the most power is probably going to be census suffrage, so avoiding census suffrage might also be a way to do it. You need more than 20% on the power base. Yeah, you can promote generals to get the clout up on the landowners. Promote and recruit generals in a selective way. Well, we don't like Arador kind of coming in on that, actually. Well, we can't help them because we're hostile? Bro. Hopefully they can defend then against Arador. I don't know. I did not realize we had a front. That's on me. That's actually kind of bad. Depending on what they want. If they actually want to conquer that we might just lose. God damn. It's been rough out here. We declared on these guys. What am I doing? Oh, we just need to land this-ish. I realized we did not have a multiple 10 on that. We're gonna take this stack and land it. Why do we have regulars in here, man? So regulars like in the queue that aren't actually recruited. Just like kind of a UI bug, basically. Oh, Eridor gets sided against hugely. I think we don't want them to succeed though, so we'll leave it at that. 37 stack, but what is in it? Frigates and man-of-wars only. Nothing big. So we should be able to actually land that. And then here, we're not in especially good shape. I think we're just gonna switch to... Well, we'll keep this guy on pillage. I don't think that we're succeeding in attacking very often, though. Consideration, which is nice. Still not really getting a lot of leverage here with these guys. Yeah, the ethno-state is going to make it harder for us to pull into the block. I don't know, I also don't know how they have independent economic stuff. We can't break the agreement yet, the investment agreement they paid an obligation for. We do need to get this up to the next level to unlock our card. So I guess... it's going to be very valuable for us to push economies of scale. I had 25% PB with no generals nor admirals and a bunch of generals from intelligence, mages, industrialists, and army. Also, I was on wealth voting. Yeah, so you want landowner generals and to promote them if you want to trigger corn laws. I mean, it should be a lot easier to trigger corn laws earlier in the game, so... We'll see how the next battle goes. If the next battle doesn't look too good, we'll land on one of their subjects instead here. Fortunately for us, Thessacaria or whatever... Ooh, they're getting landed is what's going on with them. But fortunately for us, we don't have any thing on top of them, so... Sure. Yeah, we'll see how the next battle looks. If the next battle doesn't look like it's going our way, we'll land these guys instead down here on the tip. Land these guys. I think that we also want to add another 10 RD onto these guys eventually. Let's see where we have unemployment. Seems like a fine place to add the RD. Who do we have in right now? Yeah, we don't mind all these guys losing kind of power. Now we can slot in our kind of unique company to our area, which I think is pretty strong, but I also don't know to what extent these other companies are strong. Yeah, like, output bonuses are so strong. They're very, just kind of generous with output bonuses. These have output bonuses. Throughput here. Tooling and gizmos is kind of interesting. I feel like those are two separate tracks. But we have... I guess we can't find the thing because... Ooh, what is this? Zathor Mining Comp. Well, let's see if the one we actually want to slot in is available. It might be. Yep, this is the one. That's kind of unique to us. A 5% plantations throughput and landowners approval is kind of nice. Logging industry throughput also nice. I'm not sure if we're getting the bonus, but we'll put that in. What is up with these? What? We didn't slot this in. Why are the companies auto-slotting in? What is this? We didn't slot this in. We didn't slot the last company in. Disband. Is this... We have a separatist movement. The separatist movement slots in a company and we inherit their company because we have an available slot? Is that what that is? Maybe that's what that is. You still don't want it happening, but weird. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Do something like that. Which will keep the queue moving. And keeping the queue filled will make it so that a higher proportion of the investment pool is buying buildings, which we want them to buy those buildings so we can slot in the company. Ruh-roh, we can't even win here. I forgot this gives Mappy. So strong. It's not spreading to us, but honestly it's so good that I think we just kind of want to grab that. Maybe we try and get some progress on Dynamite. There's nothing that's like we can do ahead of time that we really, really want in order to overcome the ahead of time penalty. Why do you have this here? Why is your army so big, dog? Wait, why are their armies so big? They were like half the size, I feel like, not too long ago. We're just gonna make the army way bigger here. We're making a 40 stack, 40 stack. Actually, 50. We're just gonna make this a 100 stack army. And then we need to make this a 100 stack navy. Now this has 60, 80, so we're gonna need another 20 on the navy. So we need 18 more. Need 5 more. Okay. A lot of these guys should get enforced out, but then we'll have a 100 stack to push it on. Or with. Let's take a look at our power block situation. 5 years. Cohesion's high now. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna drop when these guys get involved or incorporated into us. Losing a decent chunk of money. Oh, the SOL did come up, and we already did that. Alright, let's go, baby. I think that we don't need these guys mobilized, so we're just gonna do that. Sure. Gonna bump some of these barracks to the front of the queue. So the guys can start recording. Gonna check in here with the explosives. Still not profitable. We're trying to export it. To be fair, once we get extra mappy, that'll help out a little bit. Looks like pretty expensive is these. Not fully employed though, so I don't really want to expand these. Ascaria's out. I mean, we could raise conscripts. I think we'll just wait for kind of our recruitment to go in. We have time. They'll decay down anyways. Authoritarian? That's really popular? I don't think so. Oh, our guy's cautious. I didn't even notice. What's this though? Ruthless? We have a cautious boy. Expensive taste, kind of annoying though. Has he always been cautious? I don't even know. Let's kick some of these to the front. That's gonna be a big one. It'll allow us to export more explosives. Or this is part of why it'll be big. Wait, what happened? Oh, I keep forgetting about this. Not automatically subsidized are the railroads anymore. Such a silly change. Like, I'm pretty sure we built some of this stuff. I don't want to mix it up with Demonia that much, but that's going to make it way easier for us to export more explosives and have these explosives finally be profitable. We'll do this. I gotta keep hitting the Windows key instead of Alt. Trying to get some of this balanced out. But with a 100 stack, I think we should be in good shape to do this. The end is in fact nigh. Veil events 3F. My least favorite Veil event. 1F, fine. 3F, uh-oh. We're gonna attack the unemployment a little bit here. Do you ever subsidize an industry, and if so, when? Very, very narrow band. We subsidize railroads in general, because it's more about the infrastructure. And then we are subsidizing specifically explosives because we're trying to get the company off the ground, and we want it to employ up so that we can export explosives and make these profitable so that the private queue will buy these buildings, and once they buy the buildings we will be able to slot in the company. Logan, because you annex a province with a company. Yeah, that makes sense. You get a free place and you get it? Okay. You wouldn't normally leave a slot open? Yeah. Does it make sense to move around to education decree? Not especially. We should actually probably come off of it. We have too much incorporated states, in truth, to really be paying for these education degrees at this point. Except in the capital, maybe. Maybe theirs kind of fine too, but... we will have a negative penalty here. I think there's a way for us to remove some of the negative offense and defense from our race, but maybe that's not. I remember someone saying there was a way for ULOG authority to remove it, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can improve it or remove it. I guess we should have tried to keep landing there. Because we're building the fleet up now, so the fleet should be catching up in terms of size. Wait, did they just capitulate? For no reason? I feel like that's this mod that does that, and it's like kind of... its own special kind of silliness, right? Well, we'll get some of that done. We'll get universal suffrage in just a second. I think we're going to stay on theocracy. That's what I'm doing in Swedengate right now. Can't manage to keep up with motor industry, field, railroads, and industries. Well, motors should generally end up being expensive. They should... If you're playing optimally, they end up probably being the most expensive good in your economy. I've played this mod once before. What nations are good to play? There's a lot of different interesting nations to play. I mean, I enjoyed Vosmead Peaks. Ravik's got a bunch of local flavor. Berkenshire's kind of interesting. They've been kind of stomped out a little bit from, like, they have super investment. Arador is often the strongest. We started as one of the little goblin kind of empires down here, and we have formed a bigger empire. Universal suffrage, fantastic. I always thought that suffrage should be universal. Of course, not very legitimate now, before our first election. Conservative Party is crushing relative to the Liberal Party, which we don't absolutely hate. Should probably build a little bit more construction. Keeping an eye on, you know, which ones have a lot of unemployment. Paylaz is interesting. I just reminded myself, there's a cool game with heavy economics you might want to check out. It's called Ymir. It's an interesting title. It's like prehistory Brahmin city-state, a bit like Old Impressions games, stock in one of the old browser builder lookalikes. But the economics are chef's kiss. Often I don't like the city builder economics, relativistically. Is this just because they're not done employing up yet, or what? Well, they are done employing up yet, and we are eating now penalty. Dangerous equipment, let's go, baby. Oh, why did we choose that option? We're supposed to choose the other option. We're supposed to choose the other option. Not like this. I realized we had a radical movement. Modernization movement. Eyo, let's go. Market liberals. What are these guys like? This sounds like my type of movement. They're like laissez-faire. No, they like protectionism. They like protectionism. They like children's rights, but other than that, we kind of don't like trade policy economic system here for them. Interesting movement. I don't think I've seen one of those before. What time is it? We're going. Okay. Ignorant Nomads are super dope and actually have content. They have the Luddite Crusade thing going on. That is interesting. Vascaria has really expanded out quite a bit. Op's increasing kind of linearly, so is GEP. Sulfur should be coming down in price. Really want these explosives to finally be profitable. I always want to find ammunition over here, but it's not called ammunition, right? Oh no, it is. We just didn't have any of it. I'm struggling. Oh, because we can't build any of it. Yeah, okay. That all makes sense. What are we researching now? Dynamite. Well, we're researching that really ahead of time. So let's come off of dynamite and research percussion cap here. So we can actually supply our own munitions. That's Cardio blobs very often because there are no regional powers to contain them. Yeah, feels like our game. Let's be honest. I haven't really made too much progress this episode towards the overall goal. I guess we're still kind of getting our footing in this run. Alright, now we should be able to try and make a reasonable government. This one's reasonable enough. Elected might be a little bit better. I think we want arcane learning. Can't do it quite yet. Maybe universal suffrage was a mistake. I think we need to increase literacy quite a bit here. Let's do some of this and this. We do want to get our second card in. I'm not sure what we want yet. Our second Arcana card. We have really strong options. So this would be good, especially with us using an explosives company. Well, kind of with it, especially with us using an explosives company. Manufacturing industry's throughput would also be fine. Minus 25% minimum expected standard of living is kind of a wild one. Our current tax level is actually causing radicals among the upper class, so let's actually rake this back a little bit. That would be a card that would deal with that problem. Construction good cost is multiplicatively useful with construction good efficiency. I mean, we do want Mirage long term. I guess we could put that in immediately. Now we're getting all this pretty much faster as well. Not passing any laws currently. These guys goblins? They are, we just don't accept them as much. I think maybe we go national supremacy here. So we're losing about 30k once you take into account this. I think pretty soon we're not going to be paying out war reparations. This is a bit unfortunate. I should have just mobilized way earlier on that. That was kind of my bad. But only 7 months left on it, so that'll feel pretty good. Let's do a little bit extra of that in the queue. Should fix things up. How's your military costs doing? We currently have minus 25% just from the racial one, but we are very close to getting another card for our Arcana, and also getting the company, which gives minus middle goods cost. So after that, we'll be at minus 45%, which is pretty substantive. You know, if you move your capital to Manchester as the UK, your name changes to Greater Manchester? I did. Or I've heard of that before. I'm familiar with that. Yeah, that was a thing. Was. Let's check our subjects. I mean, at a certain point we want to annex some of these guys, right? But this guy's a March. I don't remember making this guy a March. Oh, he was a March at game start. We transferred him. That makes some sense. Do some of that. These guys are goblins. I think our acceptance of other goblins will be much better once we get onto mad supremacy. Thought shielding might let us colonize new. Nope, it doesn't. I don't know why we're looking in there. We should be looking in here. So, barely needing to subsidize this. Add a little bit there. Add a little bit there. To be fair, if we just have more mines, we use more explosives, but... do some of that. Wow, Flussum is huge. What the hell? What the hell? Flussum is massive. We'd rather that be one way. How are your upper and middle strata not getting minimum expected SOL, but your lower strata is doing just fine on max tax? Well, we have these consumption taxes, which are targeting the higher stratas. So, you take a look at the taxes, we're barely taxing the lower class, right? We're also on proportional taxation. And then we have a lot in consumption taxes here. Maybe the peasants are eating the rich. Delicious. Maybe the real riches were the peasants we ate along the way. It's me, Smitches. There's another 29 there. We could maybe go for that. I do think eventually we want to get in here. Do something like that. God, could we not count? We just made it a 50, what will be 104 stack instead. I think we'll fix the counting. Happy you see all these mines in the queue, because that's going to help to make the explosives factories finally profitable, which they are. Turning a profit now, if only investors would buy them. We've been stuck for some time with a company slot and a wanting to slot in something for which we have levels, but since we're on laissez-faire, those levels must be owned by the capitalists and cannot be owned by the government. Yes? Yes. So, this company here. We are on the prosperity bonus, which logging throughput is really nice. And this is up for privatization too. I was going to say, that's not how that's supposed to look. About to pip magical prolif. For the sake of moving things along. These guys probably can't get in, but these guys can. Magical Prolif has upgraded in level. This is not, this part, the supply consumption is not a free money modifier, but we'll put in Mirage. So now we're up to minus 35% mill goods cost. There's another 10% we can get here. Are the kind of mad about upper strata people IRL as well? What? I'm not sure what you mean. Are we mad about the upper strata IRL? A little bit. We're not going after CEOs, though. Although I have mixed feelings about that entire thing. Still can't use the company we want, man. What grinds my gear is that explosive factories have appeared up elsewhere. Well, this has simultaneously not been profitable enough to kind of warrant usage. I suppose locally we could build more mines in order to try and force it. Just add like 10 and a railroad. Topical. Are you sure you want to get on the conversation tonight, Mr. Jonas? No, I kind of don't. TBH. So, like last week, it was there was like way too much politics and not enough playing of the game, I think. I guess we'd be kind of okay going dynamite now. We'll still be paying quite a big ahead of time cost, but that's not too bad. Do we not have a... We do not have a revolution brewing currently, which is good. Because I think we wanted to size this down. Definitely this one, because it's not even employed, as you can see. And we will want a 50 stack at the capital. So let's get that started. Yeah, we still have a lot of peasants here. There's quite a bit of migration attraction. 10 million pops here. Good darn. So now, we should be a little bit better about this. So primary culture really still has low acceptance. Wait, what? What? Could still pass something more progressive if we need to. Being over 90 is really nice here, or being at 90, because that puts us in the bracket where we generate loyalists, which is kind of why we wanted to go universal suffrage here. We can't put these guys in, otherwise we aren't as legitimate, but nice to be getting the contribution efficiency off these guys. And the reason we're getting it is because we're +2. Not off our companies. +2 approval, baby. Games in my politics chat, say it ain't so. Goblins of the world unite, we're trying to gobble everything up. Landing's going well. And so hopefully we can do some decent colonization in there. That's why we wanted the interest in that region. There we go. Oh, it's probably a little gratuitous. I realized they were still on such a low PM. Here, I will be right back. I have to use the restroom. am back in the room. Not in my chair. Hey, I'm back. Oh man, were the goblins raising up in chat while I was gone? Not like this. We need to understand the whole CEO debacle is the prime example of moral decay of Western civilization. You know what's funny is I don't know your position based on that statement. I think I know it. But like, I think both sides would argue that the other side is like, there's significant moral decay. I'm playing as Egypt. I had to suffer a treaty part with Britain. I can't trade with France now. Why? Can't trade with France now. Well, did the Ottomans embargo France? Are you in the Ottomans market? Too much drinking on stream, basically. We all look at our hands and ask ourselves, perhaps we should embrace the world of Allah? Maybe because you don't share an interest? Yeah, not sharing an interest would be another reason to not be able to trade. I don't know if you're still a subject of the Ottomans and they control the market. There we go. I don't like those guys. I figured out after the war I couldn't trade, couldn't convoy trade, but I could land trade. Yeah, if you had like a significant like negative convoys, it would break it. Oh no, we need repeaters. Not like this. I think we're pretty far from repeaters. Man, my kingdom to have capitalists buy these industries up. Hmm. Eight months left here. You're not a subject for the Ottomans? Yeah. We need repeaters, we need repeaters. I'm not even American, I just like the Western civilization collapse memes. They do be me, man. Sometimes the truth hurts. Massive wealth inequality generally precipitates or precedes calamity, historically speaking. Pest control? Pest control actually might even be better. Yeah, we want to get off of this at some point on like freedom of conscience, and then later on to total separation. about are really strong is the problem. Liberal movement is struggling. We could go for the nihilist movement. Well, we're going to trigger into oblivion here, I think, pretty soon. I don't know why. I'm looking because I want it to be slot-inable, but I know it's not. Yeah. So silly. It's taking us forever to slot this in because we can't give the government-owned buildings away. Oh, there we go. There we go. Look, look, look. We're gonna make it, boys. So this is gonna create a lot of domestic sales, and the domestic sales are going to drive down our trade routes. So I think this will be good. Oh, it's so good. Nothing ends. Yeah, fair enough. That got instantly owned too. Oh, they're all privately owned. Now we can buy them. Now that they're all privately owned, we can have the government buy them. Yeah, yeah. That way the government will be able to give them away. Because right now, they couldn't give them away until they were privately owned. But now they can seize them and pay them out so that they can own them so that they can give them away. If that makes sense. Yeah. I read a book on the topic of a proponent of collapse. It's like, well, sometimes it collapses faster and sometimes it collapses slower. That seems true. Yeah, so we now bought those back. And now we're going for the minus mill goods cost. So once this ticks up all the way, we will be at minus 20% mill goods cost here. Sorry. An additional minus 20% on top of our racial bonus for a total of minus 40% mill goods cost, which is a free money modifier. Right, this place has a lot of arable land and iron and coal. So we're going to put encouraged manufacturing down there. And promote social mobility. I think we might go since we're not at the cohesion cap, it's kind of tempting. Oh, now we just made it. It's still kind of tempting, though. To, go vassalization. Kind of into here in a second. Long way to go for minus 100%? Yeah, a little bit. Democracies, yeah, because democracies don't go to war with each other. If they did, one side wouldn't be a true democracy. QED. Maybe add rice where there is none? I mean, we could push rice. It is relatively efficient. Arador wants a trade agreement. Hell yeah, brother. We also have a company that uses rice, though, so we would rather the company put it into the queue. Kind of generally speaking. Or it's got rice here. So we would rather that happen. We also have rice farms that are not getting purchased by the company yet. But I mean, since we have a company, it actually would make sense for us to export it. Dynamite's gonna be good at least. Reading such a big penalty ahead of time here, but... do some of that. Get access to the better of these laws. Not sure we have like a reformer type though. I mean, people really like elected bureaucrats now. I think this is better in the context overall of this mod, which adds a couple institutions. I don't know if it decreases the cost per institution, though. We do like the extra tax capacity. Just do this because it's super easy right now, and I think it's better, but I'm not as sure. I'm not as confident, yeah. Fortunately, you're kind of running out of options to expand when it comes to Goblin Pops, especially if you aim to just vassalize all of them. Yeah. I mean, we have these guys still, but... I'm not sure how early, if or even if we want to go peasant levies, but who likes it? Nobody endorses peasant levies over mass conscription, so that actually might be difficult for us to get passed through. We're not super fans of that movement. Positivist kind of fine though. What we really need is to swap these onto stuff like public schools. I guess we have a pretty good chance on the Intelligentsia there. But we're getting an elected bureaucrats right now. Approaching 100 million GDP, so we are popping off. It's already picking up buildings, so that's pretty good. We are getting the minus mill goods cost at this point. Another agitator. Pacifist, yuck. Ulag vassals are too big to pull, I think. Especially if they're death-spiring. Their vassals? Like, transferring them is too big? Well, 51 million's a pretty penny, I guess. You really get stuck in the map mode? Okay. What's the pop of this place? 32 million, that is a lot. Thing is, we can get these guys maybe diplomatically or something like this. Primary culture with low acceptance versus shared cultural traits. Got quite a bit. We'll get paid a little bit more, and then our equilibrium being 10 higher. Oh, I thought it was just 5 higher. It being 10 higher is actually kind of a big difference. So we'll be able to generate mandate a little bit faster. Jimmy Carter died? Fuck, man. Really? God damn it. Too soon. We needed more of Jimmy. We'll put that there. Now that we're also over the cusp, it'll be a lot easier for us to get these agreements. Had a good run. He did have a pretty good run. Still. Oh, I mean, yeah, he was in hospice. He was probably suffering, so I guess we're okay with it. In my run, I got a careful trait for minus 25% infamy cost. Stacked with colonialism reductions, I got minus 10% per... Or I got around 10 infamy per ULUG straight. I annexed all of them and got their vassals. Cinema. Yeah. We currently have a ruler who has cautious, right? So that's pretty good. We don't have colonial, like, stuff yet, but we're not gonna get rid of this guy at any point in time intentionally. Don't really like expensive taste, but... I mean, it's expensive taste is pretty bad. But I think it's... The cautious is, like, more valuable, yeah. Yeah, maybe the non-goblin ones are more worth protectorating. Maybe we protectorate these guys into the market. It's gonna be a big chunk, but I think we win this war, so... Very nice here. Alright, Liberal Party's probably not going to do too hot, but we'll see. I mean, they're projected to get a third of the vote. Yeah. Well, that's perfect if they're a subject. We'll get both in at one time. Fantastic. That works for us. That works, that works. Did we intentionally do this up here? For what reason? Did we get a bunch of extra bureaucracy? I mean, let's look at how many unemployed pops we have, and let's build wood where they are. The classic. Let's do the same with Leviathan outposts. Not really that much unemployed. Fishing wars? Hell yeah. Let's make sure somehow it's not, like, not subsidizing anymore. Oh, still subsidized. Interesting. We can actually do some of this, considering the overall situation here, and some of this. Not some of that, but some of this. Wait, I had the exact same ruler? That must be scripted? I thought I got RNG because it doesn't have a green background. No, yeah, well, green might just mean it's historic, like in IRL history. I never bothered with the ogres because they're a different culture. Only the dark brown have like 2 desert states, the 30 gold mines and depopulated states. Gorak has the gold mines. Gorak has gold mines, wait. Gorak. Gorak. Yeah, I mean, I think eventually we want to kind of have this entire sphere. So I'm kind of okay going for it. Like, we have a big chunk already. We're trying to diplomatically get these guys in. It's not working so well. Dynamite for the mines time. Now, considering our level of throughput, We're gonna do that. On some of these dynamite things, we might be really good at exporting it. Look at us not even running a shortage when we do that. Amazing. Let's hop over a couple of those as well. $67 unis, is that a good amount? I think that's pretty good for what we're doing. It's like such a weird PM fish that makes stone. I forget what we're looking for here. I think we were looking for cloud silver, but I didn't see it. And then we need to swap up our explosives PM specifically. Bessemer as well. Let's fix our trade routes. Let's do this. Alright, so now let's see if we can export explosives. We can. Perfect. Let's see if we can export cloud silver. Very unlikely. Small arms? No. We have it sorted the wrong way. That would explain a lot. Herpa derpa. Yeah, we'd rather have a higher density of those industries. I was like, wow, we really can't make anything well. Fixing up the trade. But there's like kind of not a lot to fix up. And ideally we would want to export wood a little bit more. So I think we'll export to some of the leading markets. Export steel. I'm not sure we could why we could export that. Civilization and corporatism are interesting. They're also tier 2. Oh, this is tier 2. Bro, we should have researched this forever ago. Because we're mainly going for the unrecognized powers anyways. Yeah, let's do that. And then we kind of are probably going to get a company soon, but we don't really know what companies we want. So what for this, we need Rushlesh and Strugova. We would need to go for this. Arms industry throughput, not really what we're... Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this. Corta. That's a company. That's a knife. That is a company. That is a knife. That isn't... Yep. That is a... This one's also pretty good. It's also Corta. Wow. Wow, double railway throughput? Or, well, like, you don't double it, because... I mean, either of these are good, but both of these wouldn't be good together. Would they? I mean, maybe Cloud Silver plus coal might be good enough on its own. Hold it. That's an interesting one to think about. I kind of like this one, so let's see where Barca is. Yeah, that's pretty benign for us. But I think that we would like to be able to see a lot more of these companies, which involves us having more interests in the world, so... And a 100 stack Navy is kind of already it, huh? So... We're gonna bring up some more Navy. Let's do that, and then... Just add another 40 ships. Let's add with our big stack. And then we'll land the capital following this. I think we didn't go for more reps than we should have. Yeah. On the other guy. That's the capital, so we'll land that from the other side with this once we get in. Initially. How much are we spending on mill goods relative to wages? We're spending more on wages, but this is because we have minus 45% mill goods cost. We hit 100 million GDP. Gorak is also Keimsalt. Bruh. Goldfish and Gorak mines carried me through the other game. Oh, interesting. You're on the patch with the new companies? I've had yet to look through them. Yeah, I mean, we haven't looked through, like, all the companies yet, so... Definitely a reason to build through the Navy. Because we'll get more interest and we'll be able to look at more stuff. Just gonna disband a lot of these. Like, or all these one-stack armies. And let them kind of wind up where they may. I think this is the second wee woo of the stream. If only we were slightly more legitimate. +1, please. I wish that some of these just... I wish that these scaled not like in a binary way, or like light switch type of way. Like if being closer to the top gave you more bonuses and being further down the bottom, and it wasn't like a light switch where you either have the thing or you don't. Alright, we have way more bureaucracy available. I think we're gonna go for this. So public schools, Intelligentsia support. Public health insurance, basically no one. But, well, if we do this, we are committing to... Actually, wait a sec. I don't think that we could actually make a legitimate government, unfortunately, with the Intelligentsia in it. Because these guys have to join the Conservative Party. The downside of democracy, people don't want to work together. I mean, devout would stay in government. That would be such a Hail Mary to try and go. I think we want freedom of conscience so that we can do the PMs. That'll be a little bit easier for us to run in. These guys get really mad, but the devout is still happy with us because we passed democracy stuff. And so that won't be so bad. Looks like the landing is not yet getting in. I thought I saw a battle conclude. Run's looking great so far. I think biggest error was not focused on tech until way later on. You might be able to reach minus 90% mill goods cost by 1250-60, or might reach them earlier by start making the PMs around 50, use of the PMs around 50 to 60. To be fair, like you can get 10% from the interaction of requesting military assistance, which I think you need to have a smaller army power projection. But you can artificially depress your power projection, I think. So not something I've explored too much in depth. Wow, we're failing to get in? Via failing? Land here, because this is a different strategic region. And I think we could establish a front on the other guys. The budget, the budget, the bells, the bells. We're fine. I mean, to be fair, what we could do is we could turn down some of our paper usage in areas where we have a really big positive here. And still don't have any tax thing, but those places actually don't exist. Oh, I forgot questing offices. Yikes. Oh my god, you still can't sort, man. It's such a frustrating bug. Oh, what am I doing? Wasting construction's what I'm doing. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could sort. So there were a bunch of places that didn't need it. Here we go. but there won't be they won't be able to defend both strategic regions very well. I think that only one person gets to defend against the landings anyways, unless they're parking in their ally state, but this should get in much easier. And then once we have a front, we're actually just going to put all these... We're going to put these guys on defense, just all on defense, and hope that they assign to the front. So hope they assign some of that 79 to the front. I think we do have a thing coming up there. A monument that is going to decrease the cost. Like, we could take a look here. Yeah, 58 weeks. And we'll decrease the decree cost, so it'll refund 75 authority our way. Yeah, 4 battles. We'll do it. Oh, I'm being dumb. If these guys are rolling the battle, we want them on offense. Maybe more than 4 battles if we can't do things. Looks like Demonian Empire is joining against Flussum. Yeah. Have a fun stream. I gotta go. It's 2:30 a.m. here. Jesus, go to sleep. I never thought of that. Would you gain money if you go to minus 110? I imagine it's capped. Surely Paradox thought of this interaction. Copium. I think it's... yeah. Are Gov wages still high? Oh my god, they are. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I was like, it felt like we were popping off, and then like suddenly it was like, oh, things aren't looking so great. You found the culprit. That does make sense. So we definitely want to be losing more money than this. Let's do something like that. Yeah, freedom of conscience might be a little bit difficult for us to pass, but I think it'll be worth. What are we researching right now? Civilizing mission? Yeah, that makes sense. Shift work is maybe appealing for the universities. Honestly, I don't hate fertilizer because we do have rice farms comboed with a company for rice farms. So really just pushing that very aggressively is probably actually, or it is quite attractive. We might interfere with this war. Yeah, maybe not if it's over there. If it was more closer to here. Gold pass keepers just can't get cut off here. refuse to go down without a fight. They get a cutoff over here, though, from us. Slowly but steadily, we are getting there. I think the like 5% penalty is like actually kind of feeling way worse than I would have expected it to. What fantasy mod is that? Realms of Exther. Goblins pop growth maxing? Goblins minus military goods maxing is the name of the game here. So we have a unique tech called Goblin Tide that is tied to our race as goblins, which gives minus 25% mil goods cost. This stacks additively. The morale loss is actually pretty rough. This stacks additively with other things that give this modifier. So we're getting another 10% here from this, and we're getting another 10% from this. So we have minus 45% mil goods cost, which is a free money modifier. So you get to stimulate the economy, but then you don't have to pay. And you know, if you normally your goods for military buildings tends to be higher than your wages. It's not the case for us. Not even close. I mean, we might as well scrap and try and get off the 15%. I think we already used our one time for the stream, but maybe the stream gods don't remember that. So we're going to call one time for passing law here. I mean, we would like steel frame buildings. We're not that close. Improved fertilizer doesn't seem terrible, considering we have a company. But the same logic would apply to pump jacks, and pump jacks would be a little bit better. It requires you going through two things. We also kind of want to get more military PMs and like swap our ships. And, like, this tech is also 5% mappy. If we had two of these, that'd be good. I mean, we could go multiculturalism here. Yeah, maybe let's do that. We're running out of good laws to pass, so maybe having access to a few more would be reasonable. Looks like we're gonna get the last one here. So every goblin has a gun. Every goblin has 2 guns. It's just like America, but with goblins. Every goblin has 2 guns. Or they must ask themselves, to gun or not to gun? That is the question. Whether it is nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of using slings and arrows rather than using a gun, or to take up arms, mainly guns, against your troubles, mainly lack of guns, and in doing so, smite them. I forget where this soliloquy goes, but you know what I'm saying. I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. So we will not push this all the way. We're just going to hope that they send troops. It looks like they are not sending dudes. Kinda hate that. Would be a lot cooler if they did. Oh, they just don't believe in, like, pushing it at all? Yeah, let's try and... I mean, I guess we could push it. If they're not gonna if they're not gonna move any of their people, then, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is connected. There's a land bridge, you say. And we don't even need this to do this. I didn't realize there was a land bridge there. That also means our front's gonna get bricked here that we worked so hard to get. Let's move this guy here, actually. Move this guy here. Something like that, and then now no one's defending. So let's just land here, which is the capital. That should work out for us. Yeah, we really want some place to sink our bureaucracy in terms of institutions, so I kind of, after a little bit of reflection, I really like human rights here. But not human rights, goblin rights, yeah. Human rights doesn't sound goblin-y. That's exactly what I was thinking. Every second goblin has a gun? No, every goblin has a second gun. You misunderstand me, good sir. What's the purpose of having 2 arms if you're only going to carry 1 gun? You're not gun maxing, you're not living. Come on. Come on, my guy. What are you thinking? Yeah, we're gonna need... Yeah, we're gonna need to do elastics for the thing. I think airships is better, but we don't have, like, that type of economy, man. Alright. Okay. Probably gonna give this person Grifter. We really would like to pass Freedom of Conscience. Plus 20% is gonna help a lot towards that end. There we go. We got him in. How about not? How about not? Yeah, the only problem with our leader is that he's devout. It's kind of annoying from a clout perspective. Let's see how many people are in anti-demonia and who. Yeah, I think we do that. Keep these guys nice and happy relative to dropping them and then having to deal with a bigger penalty here. No thanks. Unless you carry a very big gun, that's true. Carrying no gun in this household, we sling spells. Why not Porque no los dos? Why not the two? We're getting so many pops. I wonder how much of this is actually from, like... Are we getting migration from... externally? Are we internally migrating? Probably just internally migrating a lot. I think that some of these other goblins in particular have like close borders. Yeah. Sorry we invaded you earlier. Maybe we can be friends now. Are we really making money? That's no good. Like, I don't think we need to decrease the debt a little bit. I think we are kind of fine running a higher debt count here. Do we have a... We might have one of these. No, not yet. Alright, who's ruining the cohesion? Kind of solve all that. Now this will pull in the Yulong Authority. But I think we could call in our ally or call in these guys. I think we'd rather reduce autonomy on them first. So the Sufuku Har has a defiant attitude, so almost certainly will not be. Oh no, well, we're close. There we go. So now we can use them to take this, and the idea of taking Kotar soon. We 10 infamy, so got a little bit of waiting to go, but then we'll have a nice company to slot in with Kotar with the Iron Steel Railway Company. What's the minimum expectance I need to employ construction sector? I think the government... So it's going to depend on actually what system you're using. Like, we're on national supremacy here, and if we do this, what we're looking for is ability to work in government buildings. So here you can see disallow upper and middle strata government buildings for the violent hostility status, disallow it for culture erasure status. So that means we have to be above cultural erasure. But like if you're on multiculturalism, I don't think there's a restriction really. So there's no restriction. So it depends on what system you're on, but that's going to give you the threshold of how much you care. I think it's, generally speaking, cultural exclusion is the one where it, yeah, so this one is the one that makes it so that the cultural erasure can work in government buildings, and I think the other one, the other ones don't. So cultural erasure can't work in government buildings on racial segregation through ethno-state. And then it's just the lowest one that can't work on them under cultural exclusion, and everyone under multiculturalism. I think technically you could do it at low acceptance because it only employs middle and lower class. Tooltip says that. Tooltips can often be wrong though, so Honestly, by sample size on this patch, I haven't played a ton of runs on this patch on vanilla, so like, there's some things I could definitely be wrong on. So, I don't know why we didn't choose the other one. Well, like, the approval's like kind of better than 2%, yeah. Well, I guess the question we have to ask ourselves is, are we going to do 2 war or 1 war with the U-Log authority? I think we're just going to do 2. So we're just going to wait until it's not too much. We're making way too much money here. Really just gonna add a lot there. And then let's kind of take a little bit of look. Unemployment. Where do we have a lot? Get maximum chops there. And then unemployment. Where do we have a lot? Get fishing wharves there. Ah, we've already done this. We've already zigged that zag, my friends. There's not much left to do. I think I've managed to have staff ports. Yeah, so this is what I'm saying is like I know the tooltip, it says it matters and it says that it's gonna be a difference. And I feel like I remember the Forbidden City like not employing up until you went cultural exclusion, but also how should I say? Sometimes the game lies and it just does something else. So I don't always know. I mean, we could go Vassalization 3 to kind of lock in a higher cohesion breakpoint. See, the problem is we don't have the company we want. We could go for 2. Just to slot in the company and then be in uber chilling mode. To be fair, this isn't exactly a terrible company. I think that this one's easier for us to get on. I do think that this one's better, though. The one we would get from here. Quarta. I mean, we could always reload if they back down, I suppose. And then we're just going to go to 35 infamy. Minting and loan interest rate, kind of okay. Moving us more towards... I think this is kind of a little bit better than okay. That'll pull in all the subjects, though. We want a deck like this. Trying to think if we're gonna have any reductions in infamy costs, and I don't think we will, like anytime soon. Just gonna move some guys in position here. We could add war reps, make both primary, and then add the other one. Hope he doesn't back down. Maybe he shouldn't have mobilized. Would have been nice if we could have swayed in for a conquer state there. Would have been cute. All right, we might just we might do a little bit of reloading if they back down. A little bit of tasteful demure, if you will. And then I think we'll call it after this war. How do you have so much cohesion as a sovereign empire? It helps to improve relations with all the dudes. I think we'll do this. Each one of these, I believe, also increases your equilibrium by 10 points. So that's why we're pushing vassalization higher, is to get the cohesion higher. Let's do that. First landing, coming in hot. I do like that when we mobilize, it really doesn't like increase our military goods cost a lot. Our military goods do not feel expensive at all when we mobilize. Because we're getting minus 45% cost. I understand why, but it definitely feels quite good. We're gonna take an opportunity to Ravik. The double fearful, you love to see it. Can't help either side though. What are we doing here? Strategic objective. What? I guess we gotta wait till we get in. Something a little more like that. How's the landing going? Landing's going pretty good. But they are attracting a lot of people to the front. We have to keep in mind that the front is going to be a little bit better than whatever this is. This is like the balance of power, and so if they have a bunch of poor PM troops, they will have a better balance of power relative to their fighting strength. They also get the same malice we do, the 5% or whatever. The Gobbo malice. But now we're in. Did we teleport again? Oh, we just don't believe in assigning to the front that we created? Yeah, that's cool. Very cool. It's been a frustrating day in regards to fronts bricking and those types of effects. We do get freedom of conscience through. Obviously rewarded for calling one time twice. Surely this won't damage our integrity over time. But this will allow us to go secular, which will really help us to bring down the mages a bit. Hopefully this guy can get there in time. He could not. That's cool. That's real cool. We like that. Love to see it. Definite favorite. It's not that big a deal, because, like, we super win this war, but if, like, this war is close, that type of thing gets really annoying. And that's, like, what happened with the war over here. We probably should have gotten involved in this in some way. I think these guys keep trying to eat everyone, eat all the neighbors. Oh, but both sides hated us, that's right, that's how that happened. And the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy. This time they get in. See, this is what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to just attach to the front. They're supposed to be like, wow, this is where we pew pew. One, you know, one hand, one gun. It's Goblin in time. It's Goblin in time. We're gonna raise conscripts, which will raise conscripts in multiple armies. But I think we're using all the armies, and we're starting to get a little bit of a disadvantage on some front seas. We're gonna try and connect the dots here. Are you in a battle? You are, but not for long. I'm gonna try and connect the fronts. We are going to try and connect the fronts. So we'd love to change the child labor laws. Problem is we can't really reform the government that easily. We need these guys to have like reformer ideology, truly. And we lose a ton of legitimacy for an extended period of time. Yeah, maybe it's just chill. That's probably actually the choice here. Law pass wise. I hope this is a status quo and they just both die. We can't slot in a company, but we're going to try and integrate this as quickly as possible. To be fair, integrating these two states, actually that will be a huge bureaucracy sink for us. We've kind of been looking for a bureaucracy sink, and that'll help us out. I don't know if I want to raise 300 conscripts. I don't know if I want to raise those that much. We're also having morale problems because we don't have enough dudes who can support the things. Oh, did we get pushed out? Not like this. Alright. Actually, we should use this stacked land. Wow, how is... Were they not on the front? Pulling a 100 stack off that front should have had a bigger impact. Were they just were they just sitting in the HQ though? Dude, guys unassigning from the front and sitting in the HQ instead is like visually so unclear. If that's what's happening, if that's what's happened. That happened to us in our other war. Can you imagine just being a new player and that happening to you? You're just so confused. You're like, I have more troops than them. Yeah. Should you stay mobilized for the free money modifier? Probably not at this point. But like us being mobilized with a ton of conscripts isn't really hurting us too much, which is not normally how that cookie crumbles. You know, our big problem is actually lack of convoys to support this overseas war, so maybe we actually do something about that. Okay, they're navally invaded, sure. Oh, but they have no organization. Why do you have no organization? I know you have too many artillery, but not that many too many artillery. Bruh. Try and be a little bit disruptive here. Actually, they have a 38 stack there. Is this just... It's not irregulars, it's line. I don't think that works. AI being really... is a lot better at this mod at protecting all the whatevers. Borders. So we will evade before. The maximum is 75, so at 75 we will get this evasion in. Colonization, what about it? Think we should be colonizing some other stuff? I guess we have this, actually. Now we have to make sure... we have at least one level on each of these. Alright, we didn't check and see if we have... I think we have a port here, but we didn't check. Yeah, we do. Let's do that. This is definitely a little bit tougher than I thought it was going to be. We are having to cook through a lot of navies, but that's okay, because these guys don't have enough org, but their maximum's going up, not like this. It looks like we're slowly making progress here, but the keyword's probably slow. Although I guess... we're kind of churning a little bit slow in-game at this point as well. Yeah. The dates got a little bit of speed problems. Which is like, let's do that. Did I see a battle and then I finished, like, instantly? I didn't. I did not. Okay, we should be getting battles now. Unfortunately, these guys have too many troops. If we just, like, get super wrecked on the battles, I think what we'll do is we'll just, delete a lot of the conscripts down, except we can't, because we have a rev, so that's cool. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Yeah, we can't land into that. We can't delete down the conscripts, unfortunately. So we're just gonna have to try and push them. Jeez. Let's try landing here, I guess. And look to just slowly push it over by landing repeatedly. I mean, adding 200 to that front should be helpful. We weren't pushing that front initially when we had a lot more soldiers because of reasons. Running a pretty big deficit here, but we could also just... Oh man, they are actually really kind of sticky here. Why are they all the way out here? Bro, what the hell? Some of these things do not connect to the correct C node, and this is an example. This isn't the base game, this is the mod, like the map design. This spot connects to this C node for whatever reason. So we will get some landings in here. A little bit of construction in the queue that we put in there at some point, I guess. 42% progress. We're making it. Before Generals actually loses the war, not like this. Time for a horde push. Push everyone on the front line. Goblin Tide, basically. Who can Goblin Tide better, harder, faster? I mean, we could raise up like 300,000 conscripts. Let's double check that everyone's on the front though, eh? I mean, this is the send the tide button, but it's really not unpressable. A real problem is their lack of convoys, so this will exacerbate that issue. Turns out the tide costs a lot of convoys, eh? There's some construction in here. We're gonna kind of kick some stuff to the back that's not ports. Until we get up to the ports there. What we need to do is we need to stretch out the front as much as possible. Because we do have more guys than they do. Oh no, wait, we don't have more. Oh, Jesus, they actually just have like 1,000 battalions. Alright, well. And before I actually do lose this war, though, seriously. I mean, we're making progress, but it is slow. I mean, let's make sure we're on good PMs, I guess. We can afford to eat opium. Unfortunately, we don't have medical equipment. That would help out quite a bit. I don't know. That's what we could do. We don't want it to progress the 10%, so pick the other option. Uh-oh. But we have just this disgusting level convoy problem. Yeah, we gotta get rid of some of this. I forgot to how to check how close they are to bankruptcy. Or the better way to check. We could do take on debt. What's their debt? 1.5 million. What's our debt? Considerably more. I mean, eventually they will run out of goods here. We have more minus military goods bonuses than they do, eh? I think we also want to get a second admiral here and have them dedicated to... Okay, let's get some convoy raiding going on. They are probably still isolationists and this does nothing, huh? Oh no. Our thing's not profitable. We lost our bonus. It'll still progress minus the whatever percent. Pretty sure this is going to be just one strategic region and there's no way to cheese these guys where they are. Or is it two? Oh, there are two. Alright, that might run into the big stack. I'm not sure. Here's our landing not working though. We were starting to get a bigger and bigger advantage here, but this looks a hot mess. 39. Did someone's front get spaghettied? They might have experienced some spaghetti, some turbulence, if you will. These guys are just... We'll take care of that way. Some momentary turbulence for the enemy. Unfortunately, we don't take like 15 states when they spaghetti. Or, well, up to plus 20%. Need to see what this looks like. This looks like we're not landing that. Take a look around. 20 stack, but they're on line. Line infantry, that is. To be fair, the Navy's not big enough. So we'll let the two navies combine. And then We'll land these guys not in the war leaders kind of camp here. Let's try and do that. We could set all to defense and try and grind them out, but they have like an enhanced training rate, so do we. We're actually just like seeing who can wood chipper more soldiers and sustain wood chippering more soldiers. Their debt's up to 6 million, so they have 4 million more in debt. So lower construction cost buildings give a more of a debt ceiling per GDP. I think they might have an advantage in that regard. Jesus, how do we win this? It's like no tech to research either here. Or maybe triage. I don't know. Yeah, they just conscripted way more than we thought they were going to. I guess that was our mistake. They're on the, what's it called? The max, like, thing. I mean, I guess we'll try this, but we're getting slowly pushed here. Just like sheer unadulterated attrition. Alright, if it's not a port, we're throwing it out of the queue. Or if it's not a port and also not almost done. I guess it's all ports are almost done. Okay. This guy attaches in a funny spot. Okay, we're in. Or are we? Okay, we're in. Let's get this guy in on it. So they've been spagooted. No spot for them to navally invade. Both of our guys unassigned from fronts for whatever reason. Really don't like that. We didn't ask this guy to move. Jesus, man. Hopefully we don't lose that front. Because, I mean, he's already here, so, like... I really, like... I would have rather that the AI not do that. They're not in a battle. I'm happy for the arms industries here. I think we're going to add a cannon foundry in the capital here and put it on auto expand. Considering how much we're conscripted up, I feel like we're not losing that much money. The convoy count's come down a bit. I guess we'll raise some more conscripts? I don't know, man. Thing is bugging out. There's too many conscripts. That's fair. I guess they had enough. I don't know if we got there. But they decided it wasn't worth it to continue. Definitely want to incorporate that one. We'll reset production methods in both. But we do have a company here that we in particular want. What's our incorporation rate? 5 years? Not too bad, not too bad. Not too bad at all. This is going to be really annoying to take when it rebels against us. That's going to be obnoxious, but we get the job done. The economy is going to heal. It's already healing. It actually was never hurt because we have a military-industrial complex. Truly. Oh, we weren't even running very high taxes. We were so okay. Can you import complex? No, we can't. I need your opinion at Journalist Gaming. Is Corin hot or nah? I don't even know who Corin is. Corin Halfhand? That Corin? Absolutely. Absolutely. They have 15 offense and 15 defense on you? Wait, why do they have 15 offense and defense on me? Because of their special thing, they started ticking? They're probably in some kind of crazy debt. Oh, I didn't see that they had started ticking. If they started ticking, then yeah, it should be an insta-cap, but... that, should very significantly hurt them. Let's see their population. Ah, they didn't even lose that much pop. I think that was, Corda was their capital, though, so I think we got more ownership buildings. Yeah, 100 financial districts. Shortages on everything. Is that a lack of market access, or is the game not really considered things yet? Oh, there's no port connection. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Which means, let's get rid of a little bit of this. I think we're going to stop encouraging that there. Yeah, the mapping's not going to do anything. Violent suppression will, though. Corn from Anvinar. I'm not familiar with them. But I think we're going to wrap it up here. Nice little war here to cap it off, which is going to make us... It's going to... In 5 years, we're going to have a really, really nice option on the company in... Not that one. Oh, it's under attainable now. Herpa-derpa, because we took the state it's in. This company looks really good. I think this is pretty strong. It even helps out coal a little bit too. The Railway Authority, which we have to incorporate the state basically more than anything else. But that's gonna feel really nice, and that's gonna also punctuate. That means we're not gonna be gizmo oriented. We're gonna be tool oriented once we kind of go this route. But the Goblin in, we do be Goblin. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Let's see if there's anyone on Twitch worth rating that is currently playing Vic 3. There's Ben Feingold. Rawr. Plays chess, but a lot of the, like, the truth hurts, I stole that from Ben. Casual USA run, send healthcare. Let's see if they're playing. Fine. They are playing English, or sorry, they are in English, so why don't we give them a raid? This person is playing USA and they're asking for healthcare. So why don't we give them a raid? And then why don't we share the link with the YouTubers? And then we will bid adieu to the YouTubers. Godspeed. I hope you guys enjoyed. And then we will also say goodbye to the Twitch people. You guys